वो अपना दिख रहा है अमूल वगैरह, मैं उसको वहाँ से इशारा करूँगा हाथ उठा के, आप मुझे नहीं देख पाएंगे, स्टॉप।
That's what he is going to give you. He is going to do it, and you will give me the cue, no? No, nothing, nothing. Yes, yes, yes. the national anthem. We will now hear the Kulgit of Sanchi University of Buddhist-Indic Studies.
धरती के पहले रचा यहाँ, पहला है यहाँ हर ज्ञान कोश। यहाँ बुद्ध है, यहाँ वेद है, यहाँ इतिहास निमेष है। यहाँ कण कण में उर्जित प्राण है, ये भारत का रतन उजास है।
ये प्रसार धाम अशोक का, ये और भारत के महाकाल का, ये केंद्र विश्व में बोध का, संगम महाबोधि शोध का।
यहाँ की छब में है विश्व रूप, पोषित होती संस्कृति
इसके अंचल में विश्व है, इसकी बाहू में जम्बूदीप,
इसके मस्तक पे ज्ञान बोर, इसका अंतरराष्ट्र कमल दल।
ये योग भूमि, ये रंग धरा, ये विश्व सूत्र गुरुओं का छोर।
सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु, सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु, सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु, सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु।
I would like to call upon Professor Nirja Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Sanchi University of Buddhist-Indic Studies, for the introductory address.
Sadar Vandan, the chief guest of the day, the most honorable Adaniya Mahamahim Rashtrapati Ji, the graceful presence, honorable Governor Sir, our very visionary father figure, Adaniya Chief Minister Sir, extremely Pujaniya Manch and Garimamai Sabhagrah, sabko pranam, and an humble welcome to the heart of India, the Sangam Kshetra of Mahakal and Sanchi, the state of Madhya Pradesh. India Foundation, Sanchi University of Buddhist-Indic Studies, and Ministry of Culture, State of Madhya Pradesh, jointly organized the 7th edition of Dharma Dhamma conference to set the discourse on the theme Eastern Humanism in the New Era. Sanchi University is mandated to nurture the sparks of spiritual legacy and knowledge traditions of Buddhist and Indic backgrounds. Presently, under the aegis of Madhya Pradesh government and with the most congenial and personal efforts of our Honorable Chief Minister, Sir, we go ahead with the new hopes. This has only given us the courage to set up the most dignified stage today for this conference. I personally and my university especially is humbled and thankful for the most graceful presence of the dignitaries from India and across the world. It's believed that the absence of war is not peace, and military war is not the only way of war. Our mind and soul today is at war, and it is said, Shrutishch bhinna, smrityashch bhinna, mahardasha matiyashch bhinna. With all these conflicting ideas, the peace is attained when there is a symphony and harmony. Today, if we don't understand that we are interdependent, parasparai ashrayi, sanghatvan martya loke parasparam ashrita, then Dhamma said we would perish soon. Dhamma also says that life is lived by us but not for us. The world wants peace, but it isn't ready to pay the price of peace. It's not lacuna of prosperity, but the morals and ethics today. The youth is looking towards us. The society needs more from us. The era of biased narratives and destructive toolkits is all over prevalent. It's our duty with our academic fraternity to bring out the truth with the genuine research. This truth is not different from what the Dhamma says. The new education policy sets us to change the deliverance at the campuses, and we pledge to shift our systems as guided by our spiritual legacy. Once again, I render a very hearty welcome to this graceful Sabhagrah, and we perform our nihit karma as the Shastra says, Swasve karmanye abhiritaha sansiddhi labhate nara swakarmaniritaha siddhim yatha vindati tachrunu. Pranam.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind introduction. Now may I invite Sri Swami Govindadev Giriji Maharaj, Treasurer Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirtha Kshetra Trust, to give his welcome address.
रत्नाकरा धौतपदाम हिमालय किरीटिनीम ब्रह्मराजर्षि रत्नाढ्याम वंदे भारतमातरम। परमादरणीय महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदया, परमादरणीय महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय, परम सम्माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय, and all who are present here. सर्वप्रथमं अस्मिन् परमप्रिय भारतवर्षे सर्वेषां संस्कृतभाषायां स्वागतं व्याहरामि। उसके पश्चात राष्ट्रभाषा हिंदी में भी आप सभी का स्वागत अंतःकरणपूर्वक मुझे करना चाहिए। And then I come to the language which is relevant for this conference. I welcome all the delegates on behalf of the organizing committee of India Foundation I welcome all of you in this land of Vedas, land of Bhagavan Shankaracharya, land of Bhagavan Buddha, land of learning. This is the land, or Bharat Varsha, we have always embraced the whole world as one family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is the slogan from the time long, long ago. And this is the land which has been a center of attraction for the whole world. Many came here to loot the land, but larger people came here for learning. This is a land of learning. It's a land of wisdom. Somebody said, light has always come from the east. Swami Vivekananda said, no, light has always come from Bharat. And this is the land of light, prakash, sneha. All the people that have come here know that Bharat is the only land who receives all the faiths, and not only receives, but welcomes. And this is the land which has never invaded anybody. We have always opened our arms for embracing with love the whole humanity. Here, sirs, we are here not to find some unity in diversity of Dhamma and Dharma. There is only diverse manifestations of essential unity, and how these diverse manifestations are to be again learned, known, and propagated. Because when Dharma and Dhamma both come together, they are the hope of future world. And as I think, this great saint from Maharashtra, Dhaneshwar Maharaj, is a melting pot of Dharma and Dhamma. How we shall see afterwards, but he has described ahimsa positively. Ahimsa is not just not giving torture to anybody, but it's aggressive love to serve the whole humanity. And we shall see how this aggressive love to serve the humanity comes from Dhaneshwar Maharaj. Jagachi e sukhodeshe, it's in Marathi, but I will translate. Jagachi e sukhodeshe, kaya vacha manase, rahatanete ahimseche rupadana. This is the only positive definition of ahimsa, where he says, you should love the whole world and come forward for service. That is real ahimsa, and that kind of attitude is required today, the worldwide. It shall come. I believe that this conference of Dhamma and Dhamma shall give the light which shall be spread for betterment of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Swamiji, for the welcome remarks. May I now request the Honorable Chief Minister to felicitate the Honorable President. May I invite Professor S.R. Bhatt to felicitate the Honorable Governor. May I now request Professor Nirja Gupta to felicitate the Honorable Chief Minister. Now I would like to invite the Honorable Chief Minister to deliver his address.
हमारे सौभाग्य से आज इस धम्म धम्मा सम्मेलन में पधारी हुई भारत की यशस्वी राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, मैं मध्य प्रदेश की 8.5 करोड़ जनता की ओर से उनका हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। मध्य प्रदेश के कर्मठ राज्यपाल आदरणीय श्री मंगू भाई पटेल जी, अभी हम जिनको सुन रहे थे, श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र ट्रस्ट के कोषाध्यक्ष और बहुत उत्कट विद्वान आदरणीय गोविंद देवगिरी जी महाराज, आदरणीय प्रोफेसर कोटापति राहुल अनुनायक थेरा जी श्रीलंका से, उगेन दोर जी गृह और संस्कृति मामलों के मंत्री भूटान, विदुर विक्रम नायका बुद्धासन धार्मिक और सांस्कृतिक मामलों के मंत्री श्रीलंका, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर IR तजोकोर्डो ओका अर्थार्दाना सुकावती बाली इंडोनेशिया के उपराज्यपाल, सुश्री उषा ठाकुर जी मध्य प्रदेश की संस्कृति मंत्री, प्रोफेसर SR भट्ट जी आयोजन समिति के सह अध्यक्ष, प्रोफेसर नीरजा गुप्ता जी वाइस चांसलर सांची बौद्ध भारती ज्ञान अध्ययन विश्वविद्यालय, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी देवियों और सज्जनों, ये मध्य प्रदेश का सौभाग्य है कि 7वां धम्म धम्मा सम्मेलन मध्य प्रदेश की राजधानी भोपाल में आयोजित किया जा रहा है। इस अवसर पर पधारे हुए सभी विद्वजनों का मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। मध्य प्रदेश की धरती पर सांची बौद्ध भारती ज्ञान अध्ययन विश्वविद्यालय की स्थापना करने का सौभाग्य भी मध्य प्रदेश को प्राप्त हुआ, और आज जब हम धम्म धम्मा सम्मेलन में विचार विमर्श के लिए इकट्ठा हैं, तो मुझे कहते हुए आनंद और प्रसन्नता है कि बौद्ध और भारतीय ज्ञान अध्ययन जो इस विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा प्रारंभ किया गया, उसने अनेकों उपलब्धियां हासिल की है। इंडिया फाउंडेशन के साथ मिलके मध्य प्रदेश का संस्कृति विभाग इस आयोजन को कर रहा है। मैं राम माधव जी और इंडिया फाउंडेशन की टीम को भी धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने भोपाल को इस धम्म धम्मा सम्मेलन के लिए चुना। पूरब का मानवतावाद, अभी गोविंद गिरी जी बोल रहे थे। देखिए, हजारों वर्ष पुराना भारत का इतिहास है, अत्यंत प्राचीन और महान राष्ट्र भारत। और अगर मैं मूल चिंतन क्या है भारत का ये बात कहूं, तो एक ही पंक्ति में अगर कहूं तो एक ही चेतना समस्त जड़ एवं चेतन में विद्यमान है, अनस्यूत है। एक ही चेतना वो सब में है, मनुष्य मात्र में है। और इसलिए भारत में कहा गया सिया राम मैं सब जग जानी, सब में सीताराम है, वो ही है सब में। या कबीरदास जी ने कहा साहब तेरी साहबी हर घट रही समाए, ज्यों मेहंदी के पात में लाली लखी ना जाए। इसको और अगर बढ़ाएं तो स्वामी जी जिस श्लोक का भी उल्लेख कर रहे थे, इसलिए भारत में कहा गया अयम निजम परावेत्ति गणना लघु चेत साम उदार चरिता नाम तू वसुदैव कुटुंबकम। ये मेरा, ये तेरा है। ये छोटे सोच वालों के, छोटे दिल वालों का सोच है। जो विशाल हृदय के होते हैं वो तो कहते हैं सारी धरती ही एक परिवार है, सारी वसुधा ही एक परिवार है। इसलिए हमारे यहाँ कहा गया आत्मवत सर्वभूतेषु, सबको अपने जैसा मानो, कोई भेद नहीं। इसलिए शायद कहा गया कि जियो और जीने दो। और अगर आगे बढ़कर कहूं तो मैं भारत के गांव गांव में, केवल विद्वानों की सभाओं में नहीं, गांव गांव में आज भी हर धार्मिक आयोजन में बच्चा बच्चा इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करता है, उद्घोष करता है कि धर्म की जय हो, अधर्म का नाश हो और प्राणियों में सद्भावना हो। बच्चा बच्चा भारत का उद्घोष करता है प्राणियों में सद्भावना, केवल मनुष्य मात्र में नहीं, प्राणियों में सद्भावना हो और विश्व का कल्याण हो। ये भारत का बच्चा बच्चा गाता है। ये वही सोच है, एक ही चेतना। और सचमुच में इसी भाव के कारण हमने पशुओं में, पक्षियों में, कीट पतंगों में उसी एक आत्मा को देखा। शायद इसलिए जो दशावतार भारत में माने गए हैं उनमें से जो 4 अवतार, 12 है, मत्स्य कूर्म 3 और एक चौथा नरसिंह अवतार, ये आधा मनुष्य का और आधा पशु का हुआ। एक आत्मभाव से देखने का भाव है। शायद इसलिए हमने नदियों की भी पूजा की, माँ माना। गंगा सिंधु कावेरी यमुना च सरस्वती रेवा महानदी गोदा ब्रह्मपुत्र पुनात्मान, पवित्र माताएं हैं। इसलिए हमने पेड़ों की पूजा की। अभी भगवान बुद्ध की प्रतिमा महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी को भेंट की तो पीपल के पत्ते पे। अब आप देखिए, बट का वृक्ष, पीपल का पेड़, इसमें भी वही चेतना है। ये भारत के दर्शन में आपको हर जगह मिलेगी। मैं बहुत विस्तार में नहीं जाऊंगा, महामहिम को सुनेंगे। सारी धरती एक परिवार है। केवल धरती नहीं, धरती पर रहने वाले बाकी प्राणियों के लिए भी ये धरती है। अब आजकल सोचा जाने लगा है, मध्य प्रदेश में भी हम लोग चीता विलुप्त हो गए थे तो नामीबिया और दक्षिण अफ्रीका से लेके आए, गाय को माता मानने का भाव। तो ये सोच में और चिंतन में। और अगर हम धम्मा के बारे में बात करें तो देखिए, मुझे कहते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि धर्म और धम्म का पहला सिद्धांत सभी जीवों के साथ दया और सम्मान के साथ व्यवहार करना। एक ही बात है, एक ही चेतना सब में है, आत्मवत सर्वभूतेषु। दूसरी चीज अगर कहें तो ज्ञान और बोध का अर्थ, ज्ञान और बोध पैदा करना, जिसका अर्थ है चीजों की नश्वरता और अंतर संबंधों को पहचानना। और तीसरी अगर करें तो आंतरिक शांति और निर्विकार भाव विकसित करना। यहाँ विद्वानों की सभा है, अलग अलग बिंदुओं पर आप गंभीर चिंतन और मंथन करेंगे और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस चिंतन से जो अमृत निकलेगा वो दुनिया को शाश्वत शांति के पथ का दिग्दर्शन कराने में सफल होगा। क्योंकि इस देश ने, इस धरती ने, भगवान बुद्ध ने भी जो कहा वो यही था, युद्ध नहीं, शांति, घृणा नहीं, प्रेम, संघर्ष नहीं, समन्वय, शत्रुता नहीं, मित्रता। और मुझे लगता है यही वो मार्ग है जो भौतिकता की अग्नि में दग्ध विश्व मानवता को शाश्वत शांति के पथ का दिग्दर्शन कराएगा। और इसके लिए धम्म और धर्म सम्मेलन बहुत उपयोगी सिद्ध होगा। एक बार सभी अतिथियों का पुनः हृदय से स्वागत करते हुए मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable CM, for your endearing speech. Now we will have the book launch of the Panorama of Indian Philosophers and Thinkers Encyclopedia Collection, authored by Professor S.R. Bhatt and Professor Nirja Gupta. On the occasion of glorious 75 years of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, this book has been published. It is comprised of 3 volumes, Spiritual Legacy, Premier, and Medieval and Modern. In this regard, many philosophers and scholars of India have submitted their entries into this compilation, and this is the first of this kind in India. May I now invite the Honorable Governor to deliver his address.
सभी को नमस्कार। 7वें इंटरनेशनल धम्म कॉन्फ्रेंस में पधारे भारत की माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री श्री शिवराज जी चौहान जी, भूटान के गृह एवं संस्कृति मंत्री श्री उगेंदर जी, श्रीलंका के धार्मिक एवं सांस्कृतिक मंत्री विदुरा विक्रम नायका जी, श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र ट्रस्ट के स्वामी गोविंद देव गिरी महाराज जी, मंचासीन महानुभाव, उपस्थित संतगण, भाइयों और बहनों, आप सभी का मैं अंतर की गहराई से आप सबका स्वागत करता हूँ। राजा भोज के ऐतिहासिक नगर भोपाल में नए युग के लिए पूर्वी मानवतावाद विषय पर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय धर्म धम्मा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन के 7वें संस्करण का आयोजन करने के लिए सांची बौद्ध भारतीय ज्ञान अध्ययन विश्वविद्यालय एवं इंडिया फाउंडेशन को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। मैं इस सम्मेलन में विदेश एवं भारत से पधारे सभी प्रतिनिधि, सम्मानीय वक्तागण और अपने अपने शोध पत्र प्रस्तुत करने वाले सभी अतिथियों का स्वागत करता हूँ। मुझे ये जानकर प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि इस प्रतिष्ठित सम्मेलन में 15 देशों के प्रतिनिधि भाग ले रहे हैं। हमारे देश की सदियों पुरानी परंपरा विश्व शांति और मानव जाति के कल्याण में विश्वास रखती है और उसे बढ़ावा देती है। हमारे भारतीय दर्शन की मान्यता इस विश्वास में निहित है कि विश्व सबके लिए है और युद्ध की कोई आवश्यकता ही नहीं है। मानवता के कल्याण के लिए शांति, प्रेम और एक दूसरे के प्रति विश्वास आवश्यक है। यहाँ तक कि नैतिक और व्यवहारिक क्षेत्र में बौद्ध दृष्टिकोण भी मानव जाति की भलाई के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। वैश्विक परिदृश्य में अतिवाद, विस्तारवाद, जलवायु परिवर्तन के प्रतिकूल प्रभावों से मानवता की सुरक्षा हेतु भारतीय ज्ञान एवं ऋषियों का चिंतन ही आज के समय में समाधान का रास्ता प्रस्तुत करता है। इस वार्षिक सम्मेलन का उद्देश्य 2 प्राचीन सभ्यता के बीच विचारों के परस्पर विनिमय के माध्यम से सद्भाव को बढ़ा देना है, ताकि धर्म धम्म चिंतन की स्वतंत्रता का एक वास्तविक उत्सव बन सके। सदियों से चली आ रही सांस्कृतिक और सभ्यतागत अंतर संबंध के द्वारा जो चिंतन परंपरा चली आ रही है, उस पर बदलते समय और परिप्रेक्ष्य में नई दृष्टि से विचार किया जाएगा, ताकि एक समृद्ध समाज, राष्ट्र एवं विश्व का निर्माण हो सके। हिंसा और युद्ध से कराते विश्व के लिए बुद्ध एक समाधान है। भारत के हृदय स्थल मध्य प्रदेश में बौद्ध परिभ्रमण पथ भगवान बुद्ध के उन्हीं शिक्षाओं को प्रसारित करने वाला केंद्र के रूप में स्थापित है। मैं आश्वस्त हूं कि यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन युद्ध एवं पीड़ा से कराते विश्व को शांति का मार्ग दिखाने में सक्षम होगा। आभार। भारत माता की जय।
Thank you, Honorable Governor, sir, for your kind remarks. It is indeed my proud privilege to request the Honorable President of India to deliver her address.
इस सम्मेलन में उपस्थित मध्य प्रदेश के राज्यपाल आदरणीय श्री मंगू भाई पटेल जी, मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय श्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी, मिनिस्टर ऑफ होम एंड कल्चर अफेयर्स भूटान मिस्टर उगेन दर्जी जी, मिनिस्टर ऑफ बुद्ध शासन रिलीजियस एंड कल्चरल अफेयर्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ श्रीलंका मिस्टर विदुर विक्रम नायक जी, मध्य प्रदेश सरकार से संस्कृति मंत्री सुश्री उषा ठाकुर जी, श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र ट्रस्ट के कोषाध्यक्ष स्वामी गोविंद देव गिरी जी महाराज, वेनरेबल प्रोफेसर कोर्ट PTO राहुला अनुनायक धेरो जी from Sri Lanka, Vice Governor of Bali, Indonesia, Professor Dr. I.R. Jakardaoka Ordana मुकावती जी, धर्म धम्म सम्मेलन की आयोजन समिति के सह अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर S.R. भट्ट जी, सांची यूनिवर्सिटी के बुद्धिस्ट इंडिक स्टडीज की कुलपति डॉक्टर नीरजा गुप्ता जी, देश विदेश से आए हुए संत समाज और प्रतिनिधिगण, देवियों और स्वजनों, सबको मेरे नमस्कार प्रणाम। इस धर्म धम्म सम्मेलन का आयोजन करने के लिए मध्य प्रदेश की राज्य सरकार, सांची यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ बुद्धिस्ट-इंडिक स्टडीज तथा इंडिया फाउंडेशन की मैं सराहना करती हूँ। इस सभागार को आदरणीय कुशाभाऊ ठाकरे जी का नाम दिया गया है। मुझे उनके सानिध्य का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ था। जौन सेवा के कार्य में धर्म धम्म के आदर्श के अनुरूप निस्वार्थ और संपूर्ण समर्पण का उदाहरण प्रस्तुत करने वाले ठाकरे जी का स्मरण करना सभी को नैतिकता दायित्व है। धर्म और सेवा भाव से उनको जोड़ता है। मैं उनको नमन करती हूँ, प्रणाम करती हूँ, श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पण करती हूँ। I feel very happy to note that delegates from several countries are participating in this convention. Their participation in this convention underlines the universal appeals of the ideals of Dharma Dhamma. I am sure that they are happy to be in Madhya Pradesh, where Sanchi and Bharhut are located. The stupa complexes and Sanchi and Bharhut have been great symbols of the eternal Indian message of Dharma Dhamma since ancient times. The great banyan tree of Indian spirituality has its roots in India, and its branches and veins are spread all over the world. The delegates of this convention are messengers of Eastern Humanism, which forms the core of all the major schools of Indian philosophy. For scholars, there are different schools of philosophy, but mystics of the world speak the same language, When realized souls decided to become compassionate teachers or gurus, their traditions came into existence. Many such traditions originated in India and have been flourishing across the world. These traditions are based on philosophies that did not spring from merely intellectual exercises. These philosophies are based on actual experiences of realized souls who were seekers of the ultimate truth and had realized it for themselves. That is why these philosophies are called darsana or direct vision, and the founder of every school is called a seer, that is drashta or darshanik. देवी और स्वजनों, अपनी आध्यात्मिक दृष्टि को महर्षि पतंजलि ने इन शब्दों में व्यक्त किया था, दुखमें वो सर्वम विवेकिनः, और भगवान बुद्ध ने कहा था सर्वम दुखम। कालांतर में गुरु नानक ने कहा नानक दुखिया सब संसार। लेकिन इन सभी ईश्वरीय विभूतियों ने दुख से निकलने का मार्ग भी सुझाए हैं। मानवता के दुख के कारण का बोध करना और उस दुख को दूर करने का मार्ग दिखाना पूर्व के मानववाद की विशेषता है, जो आज के युग में और अधिक महत्वपूर्ण हो गए हैं। महर्षि पतंजलि ने अष्टांग योग की पद्धति स्थापित की। भगवान बुद्ध ने अष्टांगिक मार्ग को प्रकाशित किया। गुरु नानक देव जी ने नाम सिमरण का रास्ता सुझाया, जिसके लिए कहा जाता है नानक नाम जहाज है जो ढोए सो उतरे पार। कभी कभी कहा जाता है धर्म का जहाज हिलता डोलता लेकिन डूबता नहीं है। धर्म धम्म की अवधारणा भारतीय चेतना का मूल स्तर रही है। हमारी परंपरा में कहा गया है धार्यते अनेन इति धर्म, अर्थात जो सबको धारण करता है यानी आधार देता है और धर्म है। धर्म की आधारशिला पर ही पूरी मानवता टिकी हुई है। राग और द्वेष से मुक्त होकर मैत्र, करुणा और अहिंसा की भावना से व्यक्ति और समाज का विकास करना पूर्व के मानववाद का प्रमुख संदेश रहा है। नैतिकता पर आधारित व्यक्तिगत आचरण तथा समाज व्यवस्था पूर्व के मानववाद का व्यवहारिक रूप है। नैतिकता पर आधारित ऐसी व्यवस्था को बचाए रखना और मजबूत बनाना हर व्यक्ति का कर्तव्य माना गया है। हमारी परंपरा में ये कहा जाता है कि जिस समाज में धर्म की रक्षा की जाती है वो समाज भी धर्म का संरक्षण प्राप्त करता है। धर्म रक्षति रक्षितः। Ladies and gentlemen, the path of Dhamma or virtues is a humane path. Loving kindness or metta, compassion or karuna, selfless joy of mudita and equanimity of upekkha are important elements of Eastern humanism as propounded by the Buddha. Eastern humanism looks at the universe as a moral stage and not as a material battleground. In the building and sustaining of this moral order, every individual has to be action-oriented and not really on fate. The great Indian epic Mahabharata contains this statement by Bhishma Pitamaha. I consider personal efforts to be above all. Belief in the fate makes men dull. Paurusham hi param mane devam nishchitya mohote. Eastern humanism believes that blind impulses lead to individual fights and even wars between countries. When India proclaims on the global stage that the entire world is but one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It proclaims its commitment to Eastern humanism. We feel happy that the International Committee was very enthusiastic in adopting June 25 as the International Day of Yoga in 2015. This highlights the universal appeal of Eastern humanism, when India emphasizes that peace, not war, is the way forward. India expresses its commitment to Eastern humanism. In recent times, India has been trying to correct many prevailing global perceptions about the idea of progress, development, and a fair world order. देवियों और स्वजनों, मुझे ये देखकर गर्व होता है कि हमारे देश की परंपरा में धर्म को समाज व्यवस्था और राजनीतिक कार्यकलापों में प्राचीन काल से ही केंद्रीय स्थान प्राप्त है। आज से 2000 वर्ष से भी पहले हमारे देश में धर्म महात्मा के पद को सबसे महत्वपूर्ण माना जाता था। पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय की अवधारणा में अर्थ और काम के साथ साथ धर्म और मोक्ष का स्थान दिया गया था। स्वाधीनता के बाद हमने जो लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था अपनाई, उस पर धर्म धम्म का गहरा प्रभाव स्पष्ट दिखाई देता है। हमारे राष्ट्रीय प्रतीक चिन्ह सारनाथ के अशोक स्तंभ से लिया गया है। हमारे राष्ट्रीय ध्वज में धर्म चक्र सुशोभित है। लोकसभा के अध्यक्ष की कुर्सी के पीछे धर्म चक्र प्रवर्तनाय का प्राचीन ध्येयवाक्य अंकित है, जो सारनाथ में दिए गए भगवान बुद्ध के प्रथम प्रवचन की याद दिलाते हैं और हमारे लोकतंत्र को उस महान शिक्षा से जोड़ता है। राष्ट्रपति भवन हमारी लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था का महत्वपूर्ण प्रतीक है। राष्ट्रपति भवन के सबसे प्रमुख कक्ष में भगवान बुद्ध की लगभग 1500 साल पहले की एक प्रतिमा शोभायमान है, जो अभय मुद्रा में सभी उपस्थित व्यक्तियों को आशीर्वाद प्रदान करती है। भगवान बुद्ध से जुड़ी अनेक कलाकृतियाँ राष्ट्रपति भवन में विद्यमान है। गोया में पीपल की जिस वृक्ष के नीचे समाधिस्थ होकर सिद्धार्थ गौतम भगवान बुद्ध बने थे, उसके 2 पौधे मंगवाकर राष्ट्रपति भवन के उद्यानों में लगाया गया। मेरे पूर्ववर्ती राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी द्वारा लगाए गए ये पौधे भगवान बुद्ध की विरासत के साथ राष्ट्रपति भवन के संबंधों को जीवंत बनाए रखेंगे। राष्ट्रपति भवन के स्टेट कॉरिडोर में धर्म धम्म परंपरा का कलात्मक रूप देखा जा सकता है। वहाँ श्रीमद् भागवत गीता के लगभग 70 श्लोक कुशल कलाकारों द्वारा लिखे गए हैं। हमारे राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी महाकारुणिक भगवान बुद्ध के अहिंसा तथा करुणा के संदेश को अपने जीवन मूल्यों तथा कार्य के द्वारा प्रसादित करते थे। बापू की प्रार्थना का आरंभ एक बौद्ध मंत्रों से होता था। उनकी प्रार्थना में गीता तथा अन्य उपनिषद के श्लोक पढ़े जाते थे। हम सभी जानते हैं कि गांधी जी ने एक आदर्श राज्य की अवधारणा को रामराज्य का नाम दिए थे। धर्म धम्मों की हमारी परंपरा में सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनो, भवन्तु सब्ब मंगलम और सर्वदा भला की प्रार्थनाएं हमारे जीवन का हिस्सा रही है। यही पूर्व के मानववाद का सार तत्व है और यही आज के युग की सबसे बड़ी ज़रूरत भी है। ये सम्मेलन मानवता की एक बड़ी ज़रूरत को पूरा करने की दिशा में एक सार्थक प्रयास है। इसीलिए मैं एक बार फिर सभी आयोजकों की सराहना करती हूँ। मुझे पता चला यहाँ 15 देशों से और आए हैं ज्ञानी, गुणी, महात्मा, गुरु, भिन्न भिन्न धर्म के साथ ही साथ ये सम्मेलन 3 दिन चलने वाले हैं। मुझे लगता है ये 3 दिन का चिंतन मंथन आगामी मानव समाज को ये एक ऐसे संदेश देना चाहिए, देश विकास होना चाहिए, विकास के साथ साथ मानवता को बनाए रखने के लिए एक संदेश भी जाए दूर दूर तक, आत्मा तक, मनुष्य तक। विकासता के साथ आत्मिक विकास, धार्मिक विकास भी होना चाहिए। मैं ये मंगल कामना करती हूँ कि समस्त विश्व समुदाय पूर्व के मानववाद से लाभान्वित हो और धरती माता की सभी संतानें शांतिपूर्ण तथा सुखमय जीवन व्यतीत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Honorable President, for your enriching address. May I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem. May I request all the ministers and others to kindly stay put on the dais. We'll be beginning shortly with the ministers' session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to all please settle down. We are moving into the session on minister's session. For this session, we have Sri Ram Madhav, Member Governing Council, India Foundation as the chair. Amongst us, joining us as the speakers, we have an esteemed panelist, Mr. Ugyen Dorji, Honorable Minister of Home and Cultural Affairs, Royal Government of Bhutan, Mr. Vidura Vikramanayaka, Honorable Minister of Buddhasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs, Government of Sri Lanka, Air Jokorda Oka Artha Ardana Sikawati, Vice Governor of Bali, Indonesia, joining us today, and Srimati Usha Thakur, Minister of Culture, Government of Madhya Pradesh. May I now invite Sri Ram Madhav, Member Governing Council, India Foundation, to take forward the session.
Excellencies, delegates, and all the participants of this 7th International Dharma Dhamma Conference. I am conscious of the fact that I am standing between you and your lunch, but certain protocol requirements expect us to stay put here for some more time until Her Excellency the Rashtrapati, President of India, leaves this premises. So we thought that we will use that time to, of course, delay satiating your physical hunger, but try to fulfill your spiritual hunger by bringing this important session forward. You all know that we have 4 ministers amidst us today. The Dharma Dhamma conference, which was started in 2012 at this, I think, very place, has come back to this city after 3 terms. We are happy that we have a large number of paper presenters also here, and also a large number of speakers who will be speaking in the plenary sessions today, tomorrow, and the day after. Friends, we have chosen this topic, Eastern Humanism, for the new era as the theme for this conference. It raises that very pertinent question as to, does humanism have such geographical distinctions, that there is some Eastern, some Western? Is humanism not humanism at all? But this is a very important question that this conference in the next 2 days, 3 days will be deliberating upon. But the fact remains that there exists a distinction. Humanism as understood in the West, which we call as Western humanism, is of course noble, but it is human-centric. The human being, the physical person, is supreme. He is the master of this universe. He is a physical entity. Of course, Socrates talked about the soul of that human. There existed a soul also. But this soul entity or the physical entity is the supreme of the entire creation. He is the master of the creation. He is at the center of the entire creation, is how Western humanism has looked at this entire discourse on humanism, from out of which came ideas like liberalism, human rights, even democracy. And today's woke approach, woke culture, where human beings are everything by themselves. They decide what is right or what is wrong. Nobody else, no other philosophy, no other entity has any control or power over the individuals. This is how the entire Western edifice of humanism has been built. It has its important, valuable inputs, no doubt. But the Eastern philosophies that had a history of several thousands of years. In fact, I must say that when we Hindus talk about kalpas, meaning tens of thousands of years of our history, of our civilization, people sometimes call it as it's not possible because 10,000 years ago there was this ice age. So how can there be kalpas? How can you go back beyond that? But I am happy that we have our renowned leader from Bali, Indonesia. They have this ancient archaeological site. I think they call this Gunung Padang. Gunung Padang archaeological excavations take its history back to close to 25,000 years back. So there existed a very well-developed civilization there. Same is the case with India, where the civilizational history of this country goes back by several millennia. Tens of thousands of years. Over this long history, this journey of this civilization, here also we have come up with the idea of humanism, which is not human-centric, but humanity-centric. Now, humanity is not about physical being. Humanity is about a feeling. That feeling is expressed in different words. We talked about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we talked about many such concepts. I mean, there were slokas enunciated by revered gurus. But the core concept that has developed here is that humans with their souls are just cogs in the wheels of a greater entity, which Swami Govind Dev Giri Maharaj Ji very beautifully described earlier as consciousness. Now, consciousness as an idea is there in the West also. But there again, consciousness is also linked to the human being. Just as a human being has got a physical body, a mind, a soul, he also has got consciousness. But that is consciousness of the human being is where the Western humanist philosophy could reach. But here we said that everything is consciousness. If I put it very simply, the West looked at this whole idea of human and divine as there is one God, He is supreme, all-powerful. Next to Him there is a human being, He is also all-powerful. There is one God, one divine entity is how the Western Semitic traditions looked at this idea of consciousness. We said there is only God. Whatever is there is God. Whatever is there is divinity. Everything is divine. Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma. This idea that everything is divine is at the core of the humanist discourse in Eastern religions and Eastern traditions. This distinction is very important today because Western concept of humanism, which reached new levels of discourse after the era of enlightenment 250-300 years ago, today is taking new paths. Today they are talking about wokeism. You know, when President Biden became the president, took oath of office 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago, the first order that he signed, the very first file on which he signed was to allow men to use the bathrooms, the washrooms of women, if only they claim or declare to be women. Now, all that you have to do is that you should declare that you are a woman. You are now entitled to go into the bathrooms of women. This is the first order signed. This is where the new discourse about humans and human rights is taking the Western world. While we respect the rights of humans, while we respect the existence of individuals and individuals' rights and individual, power, Eastern discourse is not just about individuals alone, it's more than that. Friends, we will discuss these issues in the next coming 2 days. But this panel is fortunate to have 4 representatives of this great civilizational family. We are independent sovereign nations in our eastern neighborhood, but we are civilizational cousins. We have our civilizational cousins from Sri Lanka, from Bhutan, and from Indonesia, and especially in Indonesia, from Bali. We will listen to our eminent guests who are present here, and also our culture minister of the state also will join us later. Without taking more time, my role is only as chair. I am supposed to conduct it. My apologies, I took some time so that you will all settle down, so that our ministers can come and give their presentations to you. So may I request Honorable Minister Dorje to come and address the audience, please. Minister Dorje is Minister for Culture and also Minister of Home Affairs from Government of Bhutan.
Sri Ram Madhavji, Member, Governing Council, India Foundation. Honorable Minister Vidura Vikramanayaka from Sri Lanka. Honorable Vice Governor from Indonesia. Professor Dr. Aya Jokada Oka Artha Adana Sukawati, Excellencies, distinguished scholars, ladies and gentlemen, Kuzu Zangbola, Namaste, and a very good afternoon. It's an honor to speak to you today about Eastern humanism and its relevance to the new era on the occasion of the 7th Dharma Dhamma conference in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. This is the first time I'm attending an international conference on spiritualism outside my country of Bhutan. However, the essence of this conference has always been a part of my life and conduct, as Bhutanese culture and values are embedded most harmoniously with the teachings of the Buddha, Dampai Che in my language, Sadharma in Sanskrit, and Sadhamma in Pali. As the world moves into a new era, a post-COVID-19 pandemic chapter, it is imperative that we examine our values and beliefs to ensure that we move forward with compassion, wisdom, and empathy. And in a period when secular thought is increasingly taking over organized religious traditions, it is important that we discuss humanistic Dharma for the general human progress. One of the core Buddhist and humanistic value that informs our life in Bhutan is the principle of Pratya Samupada, a concept which was born in the heartlands of this great nation some 2,500 years ago, and which holds that human beings and phenomena, all phenomena, are interdependent and interconnected. This means that our actions have consequences not only for ourselves, but for others and the environment as a whole. This is a universal and eternal humanistic law. The recent COVID-19 pandemic, which started in one city and rapidly took grip of the whole world, has been a stark example of our interconnectedness, particularly in this highly globalized world. Our consumption habits and lifestyle choices, our political decisions and development policies do not just affect us, but impact the environment and the well-being of people in other parts of the world. The solution, therefore, lies not in blaming others, but in recognizing our interdependence and taking responsibility for our actions. The Dharma of Pratya Samutpada, or interdependence, behoves us to think collectively as one humanity and one earth. In today's world, we are facing numerous global challenges, from climate change to pandemics to social inequality to political polarization. These challenges highlight the interconnectedness of our world and the need for collective action to address them. Dharma or Dhamma in my language is regarded as Che, which literally means to repair or to fix. As the Buddha taught in the Four Noble Truths, human existence is marred by suffering and problems, but we the human beings also have the ability to overcome suffering by following the right path. The Eightfold Noble Path, as prescribed by Buddha, includes right understanding, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration, all of which constitute a humanistic approach to solve our common problems. In this new era, I believe we need to apply these principles to our daily lives, to our relationships with others, and to our relationship with the planet more than ever before. We need to cultivate wisdom, compassion, and empathy in our hearts, and work towards creating a more just, equitable, and sustainable world. Bhutan's guiding development philosophy of gross national happiness, as pronounced by His Majesty the Fourth King Jigme Singye Wangchuk, is based on the humanistic principles and Buddhist values of balancing material development with spiritual well-being, that of modernity with tradition. It seeks to implement humanistic values such as interdependence, sustainability, equity, mindfulness, compassion, integrity, and social responsibility in the process of national development, and promote a more holistic and wholesome human progress. It aspires to adopt Dharma or Che in a broad humanistic sense, so as to repair the health of our ailing planet, fragmented and dysfunctional human societies, and unsound global economy. As we move forward in the new era, let us remember the Dharma and strive towards creating a world that is based on compassion, wisdom, and empathy. I believe, and I firmly believe, that the honored guests, intellectuals, scholars, authors, and participants from all over the world who are gathered here today are undoubtedly driven by the same values and principles and aspirations. Let us cultivate compassion and empathy towards others and work together to overcome the challenges that lie ahead and create a brighter future for ourselves and our future generations. I'd like to conclude by expressing my sincere appreciation to India Foundation for organizing this very important conference in collaboration with the Sanchi University of Buddhist-Indic Studies, and for extending this honor to me. Thank you very much, and Kadin Chela.
Thank you, Excellency. Bhutan is a country that follows the path of Che, as you educated us today. Che is the idea of Dharma. Bhutan takes this inspiration from the Buddhist tradition, Vajrayana Buddhist tradition. And as we all know, Acharya Nagarjuna from South India was the pioneer in Vajrayana tradition of Buddhism, and people in Bhutan today practice that Buddhism. Excellency, thank you very much for your enlightening message to our audience. It is now time for me to request Honorable Vidura Vikramnaike ji from Sri Lanka. Again, one beauty about Eastern nations is, while in humanism in the West has always been skeptical of religion. Either religion was rejected fully or always held or looked at with suspicion. But here are we who very freely, openly embrace religion. We call it Dharma. We embrace it. We put it on equal footing with our statecraft, our politics, everything. In fact, in countries, whether it is Bhutan, Sri Lanka, in all these countries, the religious leadership is also held in equal reverence as that of the political leadership. So we are very happy to have our leaders from these countries to talk about their religious or dharmic experiences. May I request Honorable Vidura Vikramnaike to give his message.
As the laymen, we all have houses. But how many houses are homes? Honorable Chair, Reverences, the Excellencies from Bali, Bhutan, and Madhya Pradesh, academics, and my dear friends. So much has been deliberated. Trillions and trillions of words has been released into the universe. So many programs has been implemented. Are we happy with the new era? Are we contented with new era? We have been following a lot of isms. Socialism, communism, capitalism. Where have they taken us? The respective authorities claim that there is a breakdown. The world order, especially the economic order, the political order, the culture, the values, norms, traditions, and the environment. Anybody living on this earth can give an assurance that tomorrow will be a better place, better day than today? I doubt. So all these isms have negated the very essence of humanism. And we have forgotten about the realism. That is why we are in an economic morass, political mayhem, cultural degradation. Environmental collapse. We have to rectify this. If not us, there won't be anybody. I have read in a tea message, T-shirts, Philippines. It was written, kung hindi tayo kumikilos, sino pa? If we don't move, who shall? This is, we have come to a junction where we have to take the right path. The paths are there. That has been shown to the humans so many years ago. But it is very unfortunate that we have discarded humanism. Instead of following common sense, we are following rupees and cents. It is very unfortunate. Is this the world that we'll be handing over to the next generation. A world full of problems, a world full of bottlenecks, world full of issues. Is that the mere essence of living as human beings? So it is timely event that we have all congregated in. Dharma Dhamma conference. We have to revisit the past. Past is there to learn lessons, not to live in past. We have to let us revisit the past. The essence of all these religions. I personally believe that all religions are philosophies. All religions are philosophies. This is my personal belief. They have molded the countries, nations. Of course, the mega picture, the bigger picture is the culture. We share a lot when it comes to culture. But we have discarded the fact that we are sharing, and we go by the differences. Therefore, setting stage for conflict, setting stage for disagreement. Therefore, Honorable Chair and Your Excellencies, Reverences, my dear friends, let us not make this conference another festival of saliva. We should have an action plan. How to overcome this? Not the individual countries, not the individual nations, but the world as one. Let me propose, therefore, in this conference, it is August Assembly. I believe this is August Assembly because we are, even though I don't speak, the others will speak about more of spiritual, the spirit. So let me propose to this August Assembly, realizing the fact the difference between the West and East. East, the philosophies are based on mind, the thoughts. Whereas the West, it is more of physical. In East, believe in mind over matter. We have to bring these together. We have to comprehend, not just understand, comprehend the thoughts of one another. as individuals and as groups. You have to respect not only as individuals, but as groups, maybe nations, maybe countries, so on and so forth. Why can't we create a platform, interreligious global union? Honorable Chair, I am making a proposal to this conference. As a springboard, let us begin with interreligious Asian Union. Let us concentrate on discipline. I'm not going to elaborate on this because we all know how disciplined we are. So number one should be the factors that should contribute to the new order. It's a discipline. Sympathy, number two. 3, empathy, as His Excellency the Honorable Minister from Bhutan also mentioned. Compassion, love, tolerance, equanimity, as Her Excellency the President stated, and simplicity. Another beauty that we had as the people who are living in these eastern countries. We were simple and humble. Now where is that simplicity and where is that humbleness? Today, we have become so egoistic. We have become so selfish due to certain doctrines advocated from the West, by the West. We have lost our bearings. Therefore, we are following blindly. At times, Honorable Chair, I'm not making fun at anyone. But during elections, we hear the speakers of different parties. I'm sure it is common to your countries as well. Ushering a new political culture, always. It's like blind leading the blind. At the end of the day, no politics, no culture. That is what has happened to most of the countries. So if we, being a profound nations, built upon these factors. The philosophies of Hinduism or Buddhism, even the other religions. I believe it's high time that we all get together. We should all get together, cast away all these unnecessary things. Especially the hatred, envy, ego, jealousy, anger, all those things. I hope this conference will pave way for a new world order. Let us forget about these eras, whether it is new or old. It's a new order. There should be a new order. Everybody should contribute. All of us can contribute. It doesn't depend on wealth. It doesn't depend on the status. As humans, we all can contribute. No matter how young you are, no matter how old you are, we all can contribute. So let us do that. May I, at this juncture, congratulate the organizing committee, the Sanchi University, and all others who organized this conference and extending the hospitality to us. I firmly believe that nothing is impossible. Impossibilities become possibilities. Possibilities become probabilities, and the probabilities become the reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. You are right. We need to build a new world order. But today, many people are busy building a new world order in the world. There are scientists who are wanting to build a new world order. There are corporates who want to build a new world order. Of course, politicians always want to build their own order. What the world is missing is philosophers. As you very rightly said, what we are badly in need today are philosophers, who are also an integral part of building this new world order, new era, whatever we call it. There are philosophers, again, philosophers who, the meaning of philosopher is one who is in love of knowledge. We have philosophers who are in love of knowledge. But the greatness of our traditions is that we have philosophers who are not only after philosophy, after philosophia. Philosophia means love of the experience, not just knowledge. Knowledge one can acquire through books. But that wisdom that you acquire through experience is what is called philosophia. We need philosophers with philosophia to build this new world order. Excellency, thank you very much for that appeal that we have to look ahead. Friends, I would now like to invite our Honorable Vice Governor of Bali. While inviting him, it is my proud privilege to mention that Indonesia is a country of extreme diversity. 17,000 islands as one country. Many religions. People think that Indonesia is a Muslim country. It is, of course, Muslim majority country, world's largest Muslim populated country, but it has 11% Christians. And our Vice Governor comes from Bali. Indonesia has about 2% Hindus, and Bali has 87% Hindus. And all of them live together. And the motto of that country, which is the Muslim country per se, world's largest Muslim country, the national motto is like our national motto is Satyameva Jayate. Their national motto is Bhinneka Tungal Ika, meaning unity in diversity. The ancient philosophical tradition of these Eastern religions, I invite Dr. Sukhavati to come and address us.
Namaste. Om Swastiastu. The Honorable Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, Honorable Minister of Home and Cultural Affairs, Royal Government of Bhutan, the Honorable Minister of Buddha, Sasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs, Governments of Sri Lanka, Cabinet Minister from Nepal, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let us extend our utmost gratitude to God, the Almighty, and the universe for the blessing given to us all. Let us pray for the well-being of all creators. Distinguished forum participants, in the last 5 years, the world has faced various calamities. We have not fully recovered yet from the COVID-19, but now we must deal with the Russian-Ukraine armed conflict that has been ongoing until today. In the beginning of 2023, we must feel devastated by the shocking news from Turkey. The earthquake in Turkey and some other places has claimed tens of thousands lives. On behalf of the Balinese peoples and as personals, I would like to convey my deepest empathy and condolence for all the victims and their family. These various calamities should be a wake-up call for a global community that our world is not in harmony. The world is not doing well right now. The situation demands wisdom in our action. We must revitalize the virtues between our religions, tradition, and cultures in order to rebuild the harmony in our civilization and to create peace among nations. Regarding these issues on this good occasion, allow me to share several thoughts and wisdom from our ancestors as Balinese. To this day, we may know Bali is a tourism destination with its natural beauty, cultures, and hospitality of its people. However, Bali is actually more than just a destination for tourists. Bali is rich with virtues and values that are reflected in our life and culture as a Balinese, which uphold the principles of maintaining harmony with God, human, and nature. The Balinese people have strong belief in a Trihita Karana philosophy. Tri mean three, Hita mean happiness, and Karana mean cause. The Trihita Karana philosophy mean three causes of happiness throughout harmonious relationship between human and God, human and others, human and natures. Trihita Karana is also crystallization of Balinese Hinduism and culture's values that are transformed into fundamental of all Balinese cultures and tradition. This philosophy highlights the holistic perspective of Balinese in understanding the reality in our world and our life. Human as the only creator which has conscience and logics must act as a guardian of the harmony of God-human nature relation. Our belief commands us to perform bhakti to God, the origin and ultimate destination of all lives, Sangkan Paraning Dumadi. Our and logics allow humans to judge, contemplate, and decide its action on behaviors to another's, including nature's. Its mean Trihita Karana is the basic of Balinese concept of humanism and placed human as the center of its own happiness, others' well-being, and the nature's preservation. Balinese humanism emphasizes the responsibility that fall in our hand, which dictated both harmony and disharmony in life. Hence, the recent ceremony should be treated as a moment for human to complete our role in the realm of religious or parayangan, humanism or pawongan, and ecology or permahan. These three dimensions allow us to introspect and respect the whole phenomena that happen in all aspects of our life. The current trend shows signs of degradation of our relation with God. We care too much about materialism that is usurped our way of worshipping God. As a result, we now witness all forms of commodification and secularism in religion activities. We tend to do the religious activities only as formality. Furthermore, the role of religion is the compass of our morality has been weakened. The splendor of our religion is not followed with greater morality and spirituality. Social conflict in both actual and virtual world, triggered by religion's identity, have been escalated recently in various countries. The added value of this humanism, which confirm the existence of God within the soul of all creatures, has not been misinterpreted as the source of conflict instead of the source of inner peace. The weakened theo-humanism in our current world has affected the relation among humans. The fundamental social values such as friendship and affection have almost disappeared due to the rise of materialism, hedonism, and pragmatism. Our social relation and interaction tend to be maintained for the sake of our own interests, without supported by universal humanity values. The current phenomena of modern conflict shows that occurred due to political or economic interest. Unfortunately, this conflict greatly increased. It shows that humans have lost their capability to feel empathy, even to their own species. Dignation in all life aspects also contribute in the change of the way we live for our life, in change the way of interact with each other. We often choose to interact more with our yet than to real people. Undoubtedly, individualism and materialism have been repositioned themselves at the center of our modern civilization. Environmental degradation is also a crucial issue for all destinations. Deforestation, massive pollution in our air, water, and soil, the carbon emission, greenhouse effect, the sedimentation in river and lakes, the plastic waste, and other ecological problems has been continuously become threat to our existence to Earth. Human greed orders our wisdom leading to exercise explanation of our natures in pursuing materialism. We no longer think about the long-term effect of our action. At this point, I want to remind us all of what Mahatma Gandhi once said: Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man greed. The phenomenon of disharmony in Parahyangan, Pawongan, and Pelemahan that is currently being faced by the world's community shows the weakenings of the views of holism in the human mindset. This is certainly contrary to the spirit of Balinese wisdom, which understands life as a holistic and integral unit so that humans are obligated to build harmony. The theological awareness that God is center of everything establishes a religious obligation to build a harmonious relationship with God. Awareness that all humans are brothers because they are created by the God Almighty, Vasudeva Kutu Bakam, is the basis for implementing social obligation to build harmony with others. Ecological awareness that humans are bound and dependent on nature and the environment established an obligation to maintain ecosystem sustainability. This theological, social, and ecological awareness shapes the religious character of the Balinese. Hindu in Bali believe that the universe and everything in its an emanation of God, so they align all movement and their lives with divine values implemented in religious ritual. The nickname Bali as an island with 1,000 temples marks how the Balinese manifest their belief in God. The Balinese way of respecting each other, for example, is manifested in the Tumpak Klurut ritual, which is synonyms with Love Day. The Tumpak Wariga ritual is a moment for Balinese to respect plant, and the Tumpak Kandang ritual to honor animal. The belief of Mother Earth, Father Akasa, so has Hindu in Bali transformed the Vedic teaching as ecological wisdom as maintain the balance of nature than its environmentals. During Nyepi Day or Silent Day in Bali, Hindu in Bali has physical activities for 24 hours. We often close all flight routes to and from Bali for 24 hours. If one thought it was only for one day, this ceremony was able to make a major contribution to improving air quality in Bali. Nevertheless, I must admit that a practical reality, the values of this political gift began to degrade over time. The same thing may also experience in others Eastern countries, including India, as the older brothers, who has spread the values of Dharma to Bali. We must admit that wisdom, style, materialism, Hinduism, and pragmatism are not dominant values that change the orientation and lifestyle of the Balinese today. Therefore, the provincial government of Bali continues to do our best to recontextualize and revitalize local policies in Bali's development. One of them is throughout the development vision of Bali, namely Nangun Satkirti Loka Bali, building 6 sources of Bali natural welfare. Distinguished participants, Bali vision of Nangun Satkirti Loka Bali explored from one of the literary texts, namely the Balinese Purana. In the text, it is stated that leaders and his people must be able to realize Satkirti or 6 sources of prosperity. The 6 sources of well-being consist Atmakirti, Janakirti, Jagatkirti, Warnakirti, Samudrakirti, and Danukirti. These 6 aspects are actually the real implementation of Trihitakarana in the context of development by holistically prioritizing religious, socio-cultural, and environmental aspects. Atmakirti is the first effort that must be implemented because Atma or soul is the essence of human life. Hindus in Bali believe that Atma is the small spark of Paratma or God. The essence of the soul is tutur, namely spiritual awareness in the form of truth or sat or satyam, purity, chit or shivam, and happiness, ananda, saudaram. However, the relationship between the soul and matters cause the soul's consciousness and decrease, even forgetting its authenticity, so that humans are shaped by the change of rebirth or purnabhava. Atmakirti is an effort to restore the soul's true awareness, matutur ikang atma rijat titya, through appreciation and perspective of religious values. In the context of Bali developments, Atmakirti is manifested through religious development as a whole, both in the dimension of knowledge or tatwa, moral behaviors or susila, and religious ceremonies or acara as an effort to create harmonious relationship with God or Rayangan. Second, Janakirti were taken from the words Jana, which means human. In reference to the character and qualities of human is individuals being. Human as individuals have dimension of soul and body as an existential unit. The body is the vessel of the soul to achieve life goals or catur purusa artha. Through the implementation of Dharma teaching, Moksha tam jagatita yacha iti dharma. Therefore, Janakirti is realized by developing the health sector from a healthy body and the education sector to build a strong soul. Janakirti's main goal is to create quality Balinese peoples, both in thought, word or discourse, and action or kayika. Jagatkirti refers to the social words, Jagat, as a representation of the space of human life and its interaction with others and in environment. Jagatkirti aims to developing productive social space, such as empowering social organization, creating jobs, entrepreneurship, and so on, which requires all the potential in human resources of Bali to develop optimally. Bali Provincial Law Number 4 of 2019 concerning traditional village, for example, reflect the commitment of the province government of Bali to empower traditional institutions as a forum for carrying our social, culture, and religion activities of Balinese people. Janakirti and Jagatkirti, both them are the unit for the realization of harmonious relation between human. Wanakirti, Samudrakirti, and Danukirti describe three ecological entities which are living space for all creatures, namely land or pertiwi, water, apa, and akasa, Wanakirti. Come from the words Wana beings mean forest, but can be interpreted more broadly. So, ladies and gentlemen, model is only oriented toward material program is certainly not in line with Eastern wisdom, which emphasize material and spiritual balance. In addition, material-oriented developments also has potential to create conditions as disharmony in various aspects of life. Social cultures conflict, which undoubtedly continue to develop, and environmental problems will continue to spread threat to human existence and all creatures in this earth. Therefore, cultural transformation and development must continue to be carried out in order to mix culture's fibers and new values that are in harmony with the ideals and expectations of society. The phenomenon has become a reflection moment to look back at the development of Eastern worlds with their respective cultures and polities. Distinguished forum participants, concluding these remarks, I would like to invite all of us to continue exploring various wisdom stories in religions, texts, social texts, and community cultures, the driving force of development. The cultures-based development vision will bring people closer to the highest ideas and goals in life. Atmanam Moksatam Jagatita Yaca Iti Dharma. On this occasion, I also invite all participants to visit Bali and enjoy the enchanting beauty of Bali, natures, cultures, and our peoples. Thank you very much. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om Namaste.
Thank you, Excellency. That was a wonderful speech coming from you. If we don't look at you, we think that some profound Hindu spiritual scholar is giving a talk. It was such a wonderful talk. Thank you very much. Friends, when you listen these words from a scholar or from a leader from Bali, please remember that this is that part of Indonesia which is one of their middle or down south parts, which is disconnected from India for 1500 years. Yet, you hear from them, Atmano Mokshardham Jagadhitayacha. You hear about Atma Paramatma, you hear about Satchidananda. That shows how they have upheld this great tradition, this great religion, Dharma, that they inherited from this great land of India. Although they are disconnected, they try to keep it up. And in that, our Balinese government also does yeoman service in upholding the dharmic values in that country. Great applause to them. Now we have to end this session with the address by our host, Srimati Usha Thakur ji, Honorable Minister of Culture, Government of Madhya Pradesh. हमारे होस्ट भी है और आपके और हमारे बीच भोजन के बीच में वो है अभी. Honorable Minister, please.
सबसे कठिन समय मुझे मिला है. मैं आप सबका स्वागत, वंदन, अभिनंदन करती हूँ मध्य प्रदेश संस्कृति विभाग की ओर से. आज के इस कार्यक्रम में मेरे बड़े भाई श्री राम माधव जी, इंडिया फाउंडेशन के फाउंडर हैं आप, बाली के उपराज्यपाल सुकवती जी, श्रीलंका के धार्मिक एवं सांस्कृतिक मंत्री परम आदरणीय विदुर विक्रम नायक जी और भूटान के श्री उगेन दोरजी गृह और सांस्कृतिक मंत्री, सदन में उपस्थित सभी विद्वत जन, शोधकर्ताओं का मैं प्रणाम करती हूँ, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करती हूँ. साथियों, सौभाग्यशाली मानती हूँ अपने आप को कि बुद्धिज़्म और हिंदुज़्म, इन दोनों ज्ञान परंपराओं को लेकर ये जो 7वां धर्म धम्म सम्मेलन यहाँ आयोजित हुआ, निश्चित रूप से मानवता का ये मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा. पाश्चात्य देश के प्रभावों में आकर हिंदुस्तान में जिन परेशानियों में पड़ा, यदि हम हमारी मौलिक वैदिक सत्य सनातन जीवन परंपराओं को अपना लें तो मुझे लगता है कि कहीं कोई कष्ट रह ही नहीं सकता. भौतिकता से दग्ध मानवता यदि सुख, शांति, समृद्धि, संतुष्टि प्राप्त कर सकती है तो वो विशुद्ध भारतीय दर्शन की शाश्वत परंपराओं में ही कर सकती है. पूर्व दिशा से उगता सूरज पश्चिम में अस्ताचल को जाता हुआ अपना असीम सौरज देश के कण कण पर नित्य प्रति निछावर करता हो, जिसके जर्रे जर्रे से यही आवाज़ आती है कि भारत जैसी भूमि विश्व में कहीं नहीं है, कहीं नहीं है, कहीं नहीं है. हमारे समर्थ रामदास ने, हमारी वैदिक परंपराओं ने हमें बेहद संवेदनशील बनाया और इन सब के चलते हमारी मान्यता है, हम अपने देश को कोई जमीन का टुकड़ा नहीं मानते, जीता जागता राष्ट्र पुरुष मानते हैं। हिमालय इसका मस्तक है, गौरी शंकर शिखा है, पंजाब और बंगाल इसके विशाल कंधे हैं, विंध्याचल कटी है, नर्मदा करधनी है, पूर्वी पश्चिमी घाट विशाल जंगाएं हैं, कन्याकुमारी इसके चरण है, सागर इसके चरण पखारता है, चांद सूरज इसकी आरती उतारते हैं, इसका बूंद बूंद गंगा जल और कण कण शंकर है। हमारे पुरखों ने ये संस्कार हमारी रग रग में समाहित किए और हमें बताया कि यत पिंडे स ब्रह्मांडे, क्षितिजल पावक गगन समीर जिन 5 तत्वों से सकल ब्रह्मांड बना, उसी से हमारा ये पिंड बना। तो यदि संतुलन कहीं भी बिगड़ेगा तो किसी का अस्तित्व शेष नहीं रहेगा। इतनी संवेदनशील सोच के साथ भारतीय संस्कृति सकल ब्रह्मांड और जीव मात्र के कल्याण की बात के लिए प्रतिज्ञाबद्ध है। जितने कष्ट आए, हम देख रहे हैं कि कोरोना के भीषण काल में, मैं अपना व्यक्तिगत एक उदाहरण आपके सामने निवेदित करना चाहती हूँ कि कोरोना की विभीषिका में जितने लोग बीमारी से नहीं मरे, उतने ज़्यादा लोग दहशत से मरे, क्योंकि कहीं न कहीं आत्मबल की कमी। अब जो सतत जीवन में आध्यात्म का, सनातन परंपराओं की साधना नहीं करेगा, वो आत्मबली हो ही नहीं सकता। जो शाश्वत परंपराओं में भरोसा रखता है, वो जानता है, जिसने गीता पढ़ी है, कि जिस दिन मेरी मृत्यु तय है, ना उसके एक क्षण पहले मैं मरूंगा, ना उसके एक क्षण बाद मरूंगा। वो निर्भीक होके, आत्मबली होकर जब जीता है तो सारी विपरीतताओं पर विजय प्राप्त करता है। और मैं खाली कहने के लिए या कर्मकांड के आधार पर नहीं, विज्ञान की कसौटी के आधार पर आपसे निवेदन करना चाहती हूँ कि पूरे कोरोना काल में, चूंकि मैं आर्य समाज परिवार से दीक्षित है मेरा परिवार, जन्म से आज तक सूर्योदय सूर्यास्त के वक्त मेरे यहाँ अग्निहोत्र होता है। और ये अग्निहोत्र ना कर्मकांड है, ना धर्मांधता है, ये विशुद्ध विज्ञान है। जब हम गाय के बने गोबर के कंडे पर देसी गाय का घी अक्षत मिलाकर 2 आहुति सूर्योदय के वक्त और 2 सूर्यास्त के वक्त भीमसेनी कपूर के साथ डालते हैं, तो हमारे घर 12-12 घंटे सैनिटाइज रहते हैं। विश्व का कोई रोगाणु विषाणु आके हमें परेशान नहीं कर सकता। पूरा मध्य प्रदेश जानता है कि दोनों तीनों दौर में मैंने डांट भी बहुत खाई, पर कभी मास्क नहीं लगाया। और हर दुखी व्यक्ति की, हर कोरोना से पीड़ित व्यक्ति की सेवा की, उसे हाथ से भोजन कराया, उसे दवा दी। मैं जहाँ का प्रतिनिधित्व करती हूँ, वहाँ अस्पताल के बाहर मैंने अग्निहोत्र के बड़ा कुंड लगाया, मरीजों को बताया कि आप शीघ्र अच्छे हों, इसलिए हम सुबह शाम सूर्योदय सूर्यास्त के वक्त अग्निहोत्र कर रहे हैं। इस एक छोटे से घटनाक्रम से यदि आप वहाँ का आंकड़ा उठाकर देखेंगे तो वहाँ स्वस्थ होने वालों की संख्या युद्ध स्तर पर थी, क्योंकि उनके दिमाग से वो भय निकला, सकारात्मक बुद्धि से वो किसी सकारात्मक काम में लग गए। तो प्रार्थना यही करना चाहती हूँ, आप सब तो बहुत विशेषज्ञ हैं, मैं अपने अनुभव आपसे निवेदित करते हुए प्रार्थना करना चाहती हूँ कि ये दोनों पावन परंपराएं जब विश्वव्यापी होंगी तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि विश्व में कोई भी संकट शेष रह पाएगा। राम माधव जी ने सतत इसके लिए, मैं तो कहूँगी, पूरा जीवन ही समर्पित किया। और मैं विभाग की ओर से भैया को ये विश्वास दिलाती हूँ कि लुम्बिनी, लेह, नालंदा, सारनाथ, गया, सांची, भगवान बुद्ध के इस पूरे सर्किट को हम बुद्धिस्ट सर्किट का नाम देकर पर्यटन के लिए सर्व सुविधाओं से सुशोभित करेंगे, ताकि भगवान बुद्ध के साधक हिंदुस्तान में आएं और भगवान बुद्ध की इस भूमि में व्याप्त उनके ज्ञान, करुणा, मैत्रेयी, दया का ये संदेश विश्व तक पहुंचाएं। यदि प्राचीन भारतीय पद्धति में कहीं क्लेश था ही नहीं, हमारी खेती सर्वश्रेष्ठ थी। जब हम गोबर और गौमूत्र से करते थे, आज फर्टिलाइजर्स के चलते पाश्चात्य के प्रभाव में फर्टिलाइजर के हम आदी हुए और हर व्यक्ति प्रतिदिन, आप और हम भी 27 मिलीग्राम जहर तो रोज खाते हैं। फिर पूरी मानवता त्रस्त है, कैंसर से पीड़ित है, कोई किडनी का शिकार हो गया, किसी को हृदय रोग की पीड़ा हो गई। यदि इन सब भीषण बीमारियों से मुक्ति चाहिए तो हमें मौलिकता के साथ उन शाश्वत जीवन मूल्यों की ओर लौटना पड़ेगा। अब तो विश्व भी कई बार सिद्ध कर चुका। नागासाकी हिरोशिमा की विभीषिका से जो धरती बंद हुई वो अग्निहोत्र से ही उर्वरा बनी। तो क्यों इन पावन पद्धतियों को हम अपने जीवन में ना अपनाएं? हम देख रहे हैं कि तेल जब हम खाते हैं और वो 27 केमिकल से गुजरता है, सबका कुछ न कुछ अंश उसमें रह जाता है। दिखने को वो बहुत अच्छा और पारदर्शी दिखता है, पर वो अपने भीतर बीमारियों का घर लिए हुए है। यदि हम लकड़ी की घानी के तेल का उपयोग करते हैं तो रोग हमसे कोसों दूर हो जाता है। तो मैं तो आप सब विद्वज्जनों से प्रार्थना करना चाहती हूँ कि वैदिक परंपराओं की इन अनूठी जीवन पद्धतियों को हम जीवन में अपना लें, क्योंकि भौतिकता ने सबसे हमको भी दूर कर दिया। गोबर मिट्टी के कच्चे घर हमें गरीबी का प्रतीक दिखने लगे, जबकि वो वातानुकूलित हैं, ठंड में गर्म हैं, गर्मी में ठंडे हैं, और जब वो समाप्त होते हैं तो उनका कोई कचरा अपशिष्ट, कोई शेष नहीं रहता, वो पांचों तत्वों में विलीन हो जाते हैं। आज सीमेंट कंक्रीट के जंगल खड़े करके हम खुद अपनी मुसीबतों को आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं। हमारी पद्धति ने हमको धर्म की संज्ञा दे दी, पर विज्ञान उसमें विशुद्ध था। आज हम उन्हीं पावन परंपराओं को लेकर मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार और मेरे मुख्यमंत्री खुद प्रतिदिन 2 पेड़ लगाते हैं। आप सब जानते हैं भाइयों बहनों कि एक पेड़ के नीचे 10,000 लीटर पानी इकट्ठा रहता है। वो 10 डिग्री तापमान को कम कर सकता है। तो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से यदि निपटना है तो सिर्फ सेमिनारों से बात नहीं बनेगी, हम सबको वृक्षारोपण के लिए प्रतिबद्धित होना पड़ेगा। और भूटान तो हमारा आदर्श देश है, तो हम सब इन पावन परंपराओं को लेकर आगे चलेंगे। और हम मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार प्रतिज्ञाबद्ध है। हमने अभी बजट में भी जो मातृशक्ति को सर्वोच्च सम्मान दिया, उसके साथ इस बात को जोड़ा है कि माता बहनें बच्चों के जन्म दिवस पर, अपनी शादी की सालगिरह पर एक वृक्ष अवश्य लगाएं, क्योंकि इस सनातन पद्धति में जब हम इस दुनिया से जाते हैं तब भी हमें 5 पेड़ों की आवश्यकता लगती है। तो जितना हम धरती से लेते हैं, ये नैतिकता कहती है, ये मानवता कहती है कि उतना तो हम धरती को लौटा दें। तो इन सब पावन परंपराओं को अपने जीवन में समेटते हुए, व्यवहारिक धरातल पर उतारते हुए, क्योंकि साथियों कोई भी ज्ञान जब तक प्रज्ञान ना बने, व्यवहारिक धरातल पर ना उतरे, तब तक वो निरर्थक ही रहता है। तो आप सब विद्वज्जनों से मेरी प्रार्थना है कि इन विशुद्ध श्रेष्ठ जीव मात्र की चिंता करने वाली इस जीवन पद्धति को आइए हम सब संयुक्त अध्ययन करते हुए दुनिया तक ले चलें। और दुनिया को यदि सुख शांति चाहिए तो इसे अपनाना ही होगा, और अपना भी रहे। आप स्कान स्काउट देख लीजिए, युद्ध स्तर पर लोग इस भारतीय जीवन परंपरा को प्राण प्रण से प्रतिज्ञाबद्ध होकर अपने जीवन में उतारने पर आमादा हैं। जैसे बहुत ही सुंदर शब्दों में हमारे अटल जी ने परिभाषित किया था, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी कह चुका कि ये कोई मत पंथ नहीं है, ये तो सर्वश्रेष्ठ जीवन पद्धति है। जीवन में जिसको भी अपना मनुष्य जीवन सार्थक करना हो, वो हिंदुज़म के इन श्रेष्ठ सिद्धांतों को अपने जीवन में उतारे और अपने मानव जीवन को सार्थकता दे। मैं इन पंक्तियों के साथ अपनी बात समाप्त करूंगी। इस विषम वातावरण में अडिग रहकर आचरण में चल रहे जो काल पथ पर, श्रेष्ठ जीवन मूल्य लेकर वे ही युगनायक बनेंगे, कीर्ति संवाहक बनेंगे। आप सबका पुनः स्वागत, अभिनंदन। भारत माता की जय।
धन्यवाद आदरणीय मंत्री जी। आपने सुना है कि मंत्री जी केवल नेता नहीं है, विद्वान भी है, बहुत ज्ञान रखते हैं। उनके ज्ञान का एक अंश हमने सुना है। संस्कृति मंत्री के पद पर एक योग्य व्यक्ति मध्य प्रदेश में बैठे हैं और इस विभाग को अच्छी तरह चला रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, दिस सेशन कम्स टू एन एंड. Probably some of you might think that why are these people here? This is a session for philosophers and all. Plato said you need philosopher kings, not just philosophers and kings. So what we have today is a small example of philosopher kings who are leaders in their countries, but who have great philosophical ideas that guide their politics, that guide their activities as government leaders. So we thought we will have them as our special plenary session. My apologies once again to all of you. Your lunch is delayed, but our sessions are on time. You will have 1 hour for lunch now, and our keynote session, where our 3 important keynote speakers will deliver the keynote, will commence on time at 3:45 p.m. We will go back to our MC for other formalities. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, Ram Madhav sir, and thank you to our esteemed panelists for this session. Before we end the session, may I now request Deepak Sharma ji to please come on the dais and felicitate His Excellency Ugyen Dorji, Honorable Minister
Deepak Sharma
of
ji.
Home and Cultural Affairs.
Others also. Baki bhi buna.
May I request Shri Hemant Mukti Bodh ji to please felicitate the Honorable Vidura Vikramanayaka, Honorable Minister of Buddha Sena, Religious and Cultural Affairs, Government of Sri Lanka.
Third also. Next.
May I now request Professor Sunaina Singh to please felicitate His Excellency Professor Dr. Jacordo Oka Artha Ardhana Sukiwati, Vice Governor of Bali, Indonesia. I would also like to call upon Shri R.C. Sinha to please join us on the dais and felicitate Srimati Usha Thakur, Minister of Culture, Government of Madhya Pradesh. I would like to call upon Professor Alkesh Chaturvedi to please felicitate the chair of the session, Shri Ram Madhav, Member Governing Council, India Foundation.
Make the lunch announcement, Srishti.
Yes. We have a small series of felicitation. Again, it's a request from our Honorable Minister from Sri Lanka. Honorable Vidura Vikramanayake, sir, would like to felicitate.
We will do it in the evening.
Okay, okay. Thank you all for joining us for this esteemed session. May I now request all the speakers and the members of the organizing committee to kindly join us for lunch on the rooftop. For the delegates and other conference participants, please join us at the first floor for lunch. See you all at 3:45 for the next session. I would like to announce again, the lunch for the speakers and the members of the organizing committee are at the rooftop. And for the delegates and other conference guests are on the first floor of this auditorium. May I request everyone who have kept their mobile phones at the security counter at the entry kindly collect it.
जिन लोगों के मोबाइल सिक्योरिटी काउंटर्स पे हैं कृपया वो लोग कलेक्ट कर लें.
Within us, stimulate our intellect and impart true knowledge to us. Very warm good afternoon, galaxy of intellectuals, invited guests, professors, officers, research scholars, and all ladies and gentlemen. I, Harish Kumar Chandravanshi, Controller of Examinations, Sanchi University, take the opportunity to welcome you all in the keynote session of 7th Dharma Dhamma Conference 2023, organizing by Sanchi University of Buddhist-Indic Studies in collaboration with India Foundation on Eastern Humanism for the New Era. It's a matter of immense pleasure and pride for me to be a part of such a wonderful conference. Without any further delay, now I invite our keynote speakers and chair of the session on the dais. I cordially invite chair of the session, highly regarded Mr. Com Carpentier de Gordon, Distinguished Fellow, India Foundation, France. Sir, kindly come on the dais and please grace it. I also request to Honorable Swami Sri Govinda Dev Giriji Maharaj, Treasurer Sri Ram Janma Bhumi Tirth Kshetra Trust, India, to please come on the dais and grace it with your prestigious presence. Now, I also request to Venerable Professor Kota Pitye Rahulla Anunaika Thera, Professor and Head, Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka, to please come on the dais and please grace it. And now I request to His Holiness Mahamaho Upadhyay, Sri Sadhu Bhadresh Das Ji, Head BAPS Swaminarayan Research Institute, Akshardham, New Delhi, India, to please come on the dais and grace it. I welcome all the dignitaries on and off the dais. Now it's time to welcome and introduce our Honorable Chair and keynote speakers. I heartily welcome to the chair of the session, Mr. Com Carpentier. He is a distinguished fellow with India Foundation from France. He is also the convener of editorial board of the World Affairs Journal. He is an associate of International Institute for Social Sciences, Social and Economic Studies, Vienna, Austria, and USA. Com Carpentier is an author of various books, hundreds of articles, essays, and papers. He has lived and traveled in more than 50 countries on 4 continents. Here I invite Honorable Abhay Katyayan Ji to please welcome Mr. Com Carpentier de Gordon with bouquet and memento. Sir, please. Please make a round of applause to welcome him. Sir, thank you. I heartily welcome Swami Sri Govinda Dev Giriji Maharaj. Swamiji is well known not only in India, but also in distant foreign countries, thanks to his spellbinding discourses on Srimad Bhagavad, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and other ancient holy books of spiritual sciences. Swamiji earned his bachelor degree in philosophy. Thereafter, Swamiji went to Varanasi for further studies into Vedas, Upanishad, and other scriptures of ancient India and accomplished the degree of Darshanacharya. Swamiji's life is a saga of service rendered for the revival of Vedic and Upanishadic wisdom in the day-to-day life of every Indian. Even before accepted sannyas, many awards have been bestowed upon him. Sir, thanks for being with us today in this conference. And now I request Mr. Com Carpentier to please welcome Swami Sri Govinda Dev Giriji Maharaj with bouquet and memento. Thank you, sir. I consider it a great honor to welcome Venerable Professor Kotapitiya Rahulla Anunayaka Thera. We are lucky to have you here, sir. Sir, you did BA, MA, and PhD in Pali language from University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. He is presently a professor and head at Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, University of Peradeniya. Professor Thera also holds the position of Deputy Chairman for the Forum of Inter-University Buddhist Lecturer Monks. He is also the coordinator for program of the development of Pali language conducted by the Buddhist Affairs Department of Colombo. And my words are not enough and time is not enough to tell about him and his accomplishment. I can just say that thanks for being with us in this thoughtful conference to make it more valuable. And I request Mr. Com Carpentier, sir, to please welcome Kotapitiya, sir. Thank you, sir. I also welcome to His Holiness Mahamahu Upadhyay, Sri Sadhu Badresh Das Ji. He is one of the most adorable faces in this country. Presently, he is the head of BAPS Swami Narayan Research Institute, Akshardham, New Delhi. He is a Sanskrit scholar and ordained monk of the Bocha Sanvasi Akshar Purushottam Swami Narayan Sanstha. In 2005, he received PhD in Sanskrit from Karnataka University, and in 2007, he completed the Swami Narayan Bhasyam, a 5-volume classical Sanskrit commentary. This commentary on Hinduism, 3 canonical texts, the Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita, and the Brahma Sutra. He was awarded a D.Litt in 2010 and bestowed upon the Mahamahu Upadhyay honorific by Kavi Kulguru Kalidas Sanskrit University in Nagpur. The University of Mysore also awarded him the Professor G.M. Memorial Award and the Darshan Keshri Award in 2013 for his work on Swami Narayan Vedanta. He received Lifetime Achievement Award 2020 by ICPR. And with this, I request Com Carpentier, sir, to please welcome Mahamahu Upadhyay Sri Sadhu Badresh Das Ji with bouquet and memento, please. We hope the session which is being conducted would be productive, and I am sure that we will gain tremendous knowledge from the sessions to be delivered by eminent speakers during this conference. Now, may I please invite Honorable Chair of the session, Mr. Com Carpentier, to please address the gathering and kindly proceed with the session. Sir.
Namaskar, Om Dharmam Sharanam Gacchami. Revered Masters, Excellencies, Vice Chancellor of the University of Dharma Dhamma in Sanchi, Dr. Nirja Gupta, Governors and Directors of the India Foundation, eminent scholars from many countries, and friends, ladies and gentlemen. When the word humanism was chosen as a referential point for this 7th conference, it was discussed that humanism means at least 2 different things in the Western languages. One is what we know now most often called humanitarianism, the sense of human solidarity and a sense of human interrelation and interdependence. But originally, humanism was really intended as a new form of learning, which would take into account many forgotten texts from antiquity, talking about Western antiquity, which means essentially Greek and Roman, and that would essentially get out of the realm of theological supremacy. It would no longer be a matter of only man's relation to God, but it would be a matter of man's own manifold pursuits and abilities. And if you read this great text, one of the great texts by Maharaja Bhartrhari, who was king of Ujjain, not far from here, 3 hours from here, he wrote about the 3 Shatakas. The first being the Niti Shataka, which deals with matters of society, state, policy. He was, after all, a king. Then the second is Sringara Shataka, because he was also known as a great lover of life and women. So he talked about the pleasures of life, which go along with art, poetry, the fine arts in general, and literature, scholarship, but in a what you might call a secular sense. And the third, of course, is Vairagya Shataka, which is the ability to detach and rise above the limitations of the human flesh and the worldly pursuits. And I think that encompasses the entire spectrum of what humanism is. And just like in Western humanism, the reference was to the ancient scriptures of not only scriptures in the sacred sense, but also the lighter literature of antiquity. Likewise in India, we see that in all the texts, not only the Shastras, but also, of course, the Sutras and the Kathas and the poems, the Itihasas and the Kavyas, all that is part of humanism. So I am very glad and proud to let the 3 eminent speakers who are on the dais now to give their own perspective, which is a very universal perspective on humanism from their standpoint, which encompasses from the spiritual, you might say, high tower, all the various pursuits, concerns, and trials of human beings. So I will first request Guru Maharaj Maharaj and to give us his words.
वर्णानाम अर्थसंघानाम रसानां छंदसामपि मंगलानां च कर्तारौ वंदे वाणी विनायकौ नमामि सद्गुरुं शांतं सच्चिदानंद विग्रहं पूर्ण ब्रह्म परानंदम ईशम आनंदी वल्लभम. In the afternoon session, we listened to Ram Madhavji's speech, where he compared Eastern humanism and Western humanism. The Western idea of humanism is itself a very imperfect idea. In our thought, how Indian rishis think, the human personality is not only the physical personality. We believe, we read about 5-fold personality. The Annamaya Kosh, the Pranamaya Kosh, Manomaya Kosh, Vijnanamaya Kosh, and Anandamaya Kosh. These are the 5 layers of personality, and when compared to this depth, the Western angle has got so many shortcomings. And therefore, I congratulate India Foundation to give the theme of Eastern Humanism. It has got a significant meaning. Unless you know the Eastern ideas, and especially the Bharatiya Sankalpanas, you can never understand what human life really is. And as we go into the depth, the physical body is Annamaya Kosh. The vital prana, which does the metabolism, is Pranamaya Kosh. Our feelings are Manomaya Kosh. Then our thinking is Jnanamaya Kosh, Buddhi. And then our experience of happiness or joy is called the Anandamaya Kosh. If Eastern humanistic view is to be taken, then ultimately it leads us to the oneness of the whole existence. And then we feel we have to accept that we are not disconnected. We are disconnected apparently, but essentially we are one. The oneness of the whole existence is what the Bharatiya Rishis want to lead us to. And in this respect, when we come to Dharma and Dhamma, much light is thrown. Today, for 2,500 years, Bhagavan Buddha's thought has reached every nook and corner of the world. And day by day, the popularity is increasing because of its simplicity, because of its liberality, and because of its walking with the time. Really speaking, Dharma and Dhamma, are they two ideas? Are they different? I have tried to find the difference between them. But really speaking, the difference is only, according to me, verbal. The words are different, but the essence is the same. And therefore, in Pali we call Dhamma, in Sanskrit we call Dharma, but they are two different names of the same thing. This is the mischief of so many colonial scholars, that they have tried to take Pali away from Sanskrit, that they have tried to give more emphasis on the differences in spite of the similarities that these both ideas have got. And therefore, let us first see what are the similarities. Bhagavan Buddha, he has, after his enlightenment, whatever he has told, it is not much different from the Vedas. First thing I must say, Dhamma comes from Vedas. It stands for the Vedic tradition. And Dharma stands for the Vedic tradition, comes from Vedas. Dhamma stands for the Buddhistic tradition. That is what we understand. Now, this flow of Dharma and Dhamma, both have accepted the principle of karma. Karma, Bhagavan Buddha has given much emphasis on karma only. Karma Siddhant, when it is accepted, automatically it's come to the principle of rebirth. Karma Siddhanta is accepted, the principle of karma or kamma is accepted in both the flows, in both the traditions. The idea of rebirth or reincarnation, it also exists in both the traditions. Then Bhagavan Buddha gives much emphasis on Satya. According to him, Satya is the soul of Dhamma. Our whole behavior must be based upon Satya. And when we come to Vedic tradition, in Mahabharata, Kyusideka padam dharmyam, Kyusideka padam swargyam, the Yaksha asks, tell me the whole dharma in one word which leads to the heaven. And Dharmaraj says, Satyam ekapadam swargyam. It is Satya only. Satyan nasti paro dharmaha. Everywhere in Dhammapada and everywhere in Buddhist tradition, you will find this emphasis on Satya. Again, the idea of Panchashila, Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Asangraha. Actually, in the same sequence, we find it in Bhagavan Patanjali. We find all this in Bhagavad Gita and the Upanishads. And therefore, the idea of Panchashila, the discourse on Panchashila, they are there in Dharma, in Dhamma also. Coincidentally, Bhagavan Buddha doesn't believe in Brahma or Ishvara. That's okay. But he has always used the word Maya. Though Brahma is not there, but the Maya is there, and the Maya covers our knowledge. That is what he has told everywhere. And therefore, this Maya must be done away with. The highest similarity in both the tradition is, which is very important, both the traditions are non-aggressive. We must learn in these days to divide the faiths which are aggressive and the faiths which are non-aggressive. All faiths that have sprung from Bharata, they are non-aggressive. And Bhagavan Buddha's Dhamma is non-aggressive. They have never made any aggression upon anybody. Both give emphasis on Madhyama Marga, the Santulan, the balance, avoid the extreme, the way of golden mean. This Bhagavan Buddha said everywhere, and Bhagavan Shri Krishna also, Yuktahara viharasya, Yukta chestasya karmasu, athava samatvam yoga uchyate. What is yoga? Yoga is just balance. And therefore, there are so many equal things in both the traditions. I don't say they don't differ anywhere. They do differ. But the difference is also having some reason. Bhagavan Buddha saw in his time, people are fumbled. They are overburdened because of two things. One thing is much more of ritualism. Much more of ritualism that becomes tedious. One thing. And much more of rationalism, reasoning, the philosophical discussions. Bhagavan Buddha gave us, Tathagat Bhagavan Buddha gave us a simple way to come out of this rut. And therefore, he emphasized upon the moral values, satya, ahimsa, karuna. He gave the 4 Arya Satyas and Ashtanga Marga. The very beautiful word he has used is samyak, proper. Your ahar, your food must be proper. Your behavior must be proper. Your talk should be proper. Your livelihood should be proper. In this way, he has used the same word which Bhagavan Sri Krishna has used in Bhagavad Gita as yukta. And therefore, this discourse of Bhagavan Buddha, his all doctrines are full of simplicity. He has given the best moral way and in the simple most verse. One very big difference is Bhagavan Buddha has kept man in the center of thinking, while Dharma appears to be setting the scriptures in the center of thinking. It is Veda Pramanya or Shastra Pramanya, what Dharma says and gives emphasis upon. And when we come to Bhagavan Buddha, no authority. Nobody is to be listened. Listen to all. But Attadipo Bhava, you think for yourself. He always said, I am not there to emancipate you. I am not there to give you moksha. I am Marga Data, not to Moksha Data. This is a very big difference then about Ishwar and about Atma Tattva. So many times he kept mum. He did not say anything, and there are utterances are there because Buddhistic literature is so vast that reading whole Buddhistic literature in one life it may be possible for you scholars, but very difficult for anybody, any common man. But I have read Dhammapada so many times. I have published it myself. And I have always been a devotee to Bhagavan Buddha. When I went to Lhasa, people asked me, we want to give you some gift. You please choose. And I told, this Bhagavan Buddha's Murti I want. That Murti I am adoring, worshipping even today in my ashram. So, there are differences, no doubt. But these differences are meager. Really speaking, such differences are always there in Dharma Vichar. It's not only Bhagavan Buddha who has given something new, avoiding Veda Pramanya, the authority of Veda. We see Bhagavan Jaina, Mahavir also. Not only that, we see Kanad. Kanad never believed in Ishwar. He said, no, the world has been not created by Ishwar or God. It is atom. Pilavaha, Pilavaha, Pilavaha. The world has come out of Anu only, atoms. In our tradition, we have got Bhagavan, Sant Kabir. Sant Kabir Das, he defied the authority of Vedas. He defied Murti Puja, no idol worship. But yet we accept him as a great saint in our tradition. And therefore, in the Indian Bharatiya flow of culture, it's not a new thing. There are differences of opinion, and we don't only tolerate them, we accept them, we think of them, and we rejoice, we study with all honor and with all respect. But the writings of some modern people from West, they have created such an atmosphere that they are antagonistic. We are antagonistic to none, really speaking. In Gaudapada Karika, it appears people may have conflict, people may have differences, and they may quarrel with each others. We don't have any quarrel with anybody. Parasparam viruddhante, tair ayam na viruddhate. That is our viewpoint. One important thing is, though the idea of samatva, equality, is there in Vedas, also in Bhagavad Gita, but practical equality, if anybody has brought on earth, it is only Bhagavan Buddha who has brought practical equality on earth. He went beyond all the differences of caste, creed, gender, and anything. And therefore, today, what is required is the give and take of Dharma and Dhamma. We must come together. As within a family also, there are some differences. There may be some differences of opinion, but yet the feeling of oneness is there. We are together here, and if we think in the correct way, we can prove to the world that Dharma plus Dhamma is Vishwa Dharma. It alone can be the faith of the whole world. And what should we learn from Bhagavan Buddha? Make your teachings very simple. Bhagavan Buddha made all his teachings very simple. He never went into critical arguments, and he always stopped. Then so many times he says, whatever I have told, let it be told. But whatever I have not told, let it be in disguise. Then one important thing is, when society goes astray because of the ritualistic religion and the terse logical philosophical arguments, then somebody must be there to guide the common man. That was done by Bhagavan Buddha. One thing, the idea of Shunya also. The idea of Shunya and the idea of Nirvana. All Western scholars have misinterpreted the idea of Shunya. The idea of Shunya, the word Shunya, does not appear in Buddhistic literature only. In Nath Sampradaya, it is used hundreds of times. And Nagarjuna himself has clarified that it is not nothingness. What is Brahma of Vedas? It is Shunya of Bhagavan Buddha. And when this is said by Nagarjuna, it carries much meaning. Sarvalambana dharmescha sarvatatvai rasheshataha sarvaklesha ishe shunyam na shunyam paramarthataha na shunyam paramarthataha. It is very important. Everywhere, this idea of Shunya is misinterpreted. Accordingly, the idea of Nirvana also is misinterpreted. The idea of Nirvana is again the idea of, see, you will find this word in Bhagavad Gita also, Brahma Nirvana Mruchyati. In Shunya, the abhav of world is there, but not abhav of mind. I am there, and therefore Nirvana is the state where you are in total peace. You are in total peace, not only you are in total peace, but you disappear and peace and bliss are there. That idea of Nirvana, Bhagavan Buddha has stated, and by so many his utterances, it can be proved. Friends, when we are here, one more thing I have to say. If Dhamma also is, there is a difference between Dharma and Dhamma again. Dhamma is more ascetic. It is for tapasya. It is for nirvana. But when invaders come and they use their strength to destroy the pure people, to destroy the good people, then some resistance is required. And that resistance we find in Bhagavan Sri Ram. That sense of resistance we find in Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And therefore, Dhamma plus power to resist becomes Dharma. That is my equation. It will be. If we don't use it today, see, the existence of Dharma and Dhamma both shall be questionable in next generation. And therefore, we must be strong. We must worship. Because after so many teachings of so many people and so many great souls, the world today is on the brink of world war. And everywhere we see, struggle is there. And if we are to live and if we are to propagate the people, we must be strong. And we can be strong only if we combine Dharma and Dhamma together. Otherwise, going back to history, we must think why Nalanda University was destroyed. It was invaded. You must know, it was not Bhagavan Shankaracharya who drove away Buddhism out of Bharat. It was the invasion of the Mughals. Bhagavan Shankaracharya, really speaking, refuted the Mimamsakas. But the sword of the invaders who destroyed Nalanda University and massacred thousands and thousands of bhikkhus, what shall you do for them? Only teachings won't suffice. And therefore, somewhere we must take the Kodanda Dhanusha of Sri Ram also, the Sudarshan Chakra of Bhagavan Sri Krishna also, to protect Dhamma and Dharma together and the humanity together. That shall be a requirement. And we should be aware, one more thing, we should beware of the colonial scholars who are always trying to break India by giving wrong thinking, by misleading us. And if we are to protect ourselves on these two fronts, we must keep coming together, we must live together, we must pray together, and we must make our Bharatvarsha and Bhagavan Buddha's Dhamma great together. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramayaha, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhag bhaved. That is what our traditional saints said, and that is what our Dhaneshwar Maharaj said. Bhuta paraspare jado maitra jivache. Let us all be friends, let us all be brothers, and let a dawn of universal brotherhood arise, a new dawn that shall make coming generations more blissful and more peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swamiji. That was a very enlightening and at the same time invigorating talk. Dharmo rakshate rakshataha. I would now request Kotapitiye Rahula Unanuya Katera from Sri Lanka to please address us.
Namaste. Most respectable religious leaders, especially Holiness Swamijis, thank you very much for your explanation about Buddhism and also comparing with Hinduism. Thank you very much again and again. The honorable diplomatic agents, distinguished guests, especially Mr. Ram Madhav, Director, Indian Foundation, ladies and gentlemen, I express my pleasure regarding the organization of the 7th International Dharma Dhamma Conference, which is organized by India Foundation and Sanchi University, today Bhopal in India. Sri Lanka and India have a very close relationship. India is the closest country to Sri Lanka in terms of terrain as well. Actually, the correlation between our countries started thousands of years ago. As recorded in our chronicles, the Buddha arrived in Sri Lanka 3 times during his lifetime in the 6th century BC. It is also confirmed by historical and archaeological evidence. This close relationship reached its peak 2,300 years ago during the period of Emperor Ashoka, who reigned India with introducing Buddhism and culture to Sri Lanka by his own son, Mahamahinda Thera, and his only daughter, Sanghamitta Theri. As the Indian emperor and as a father, sending his only son and daughter to our country makes us realize how deep was his patronage towards us. The gift received to Sri Lanka with the arrival of both of them in an era when Sri Lankans were not known as a community that believing only in a certain religion is priceless. That invaluable gift is none other than Buddhism, which is based on teaching of the Buddha, who was in India. We are deeply indebted forever to India for giving us that precious gift of Buddhism. In addition, we consider it equally fortunate to receive strong and non-violent Hinduism to Sri Lanka, which also existed in India. Among with Buddhism, the Indian cultural gift given to our country by Mahinda Thera have been maintained by us until today. India, one of the most powerful countries in Asia, is our elder brother, elder Bade Bhai. I feel like we are the younger brother. Obviously, India is the root of our country's religion, culture, and language. It is extremely a great consolation for us to receive help from our brother India till today. Specifically, you are the one who has helped our country the most since last COVID-19 pandemic period to date. Whoever ignored us, you never ignored us. Thank you very much. I convey my great merits and blessings to you for taking care of us in that most difficult time. Again, I am so thankful for you. मेरा आशीर्वाद हमेशा आपका साथ रहेगा. It is a pleasure to talk about the ideology that has developed in India in the theme of this conference, Eastern Humanism for the New Era. My belief is that we have invaluable values in both of our countries that are humanitarian and protect human rights and exist for the well-being of human beings. I highly appreciate the ideas of the priest who commented earlier, Swamiji Govind, on the valuable humanism that has been added to the world from Indian philosophy. We strongly agree that Buddhism, the religious philosophy received from India to Sri Lanka, is humanitarian doctrine. Buddhism originated in India after the only son of King Suddhodana, who belonged to the Kshatriya clan, came to the Bhikkhu order, Sasana, from the royal caste and attained Buddhahood. Thenceforth, he revealed his philosophy to the universe as a human being. Because of this, the Buddha is not a god, but a real human being. In Hinduism, the Buddha is considered as one of revered avatars among the major 10 avatars of the god Vishnu. However, we firmly believe that humanism is kept at the highest level in the noble doctrine preached by the Buddha after attaining the Buddhahood. According to the Ambalatika Rahulavada Sutta of Majjhima Nikaya, all the actions we do should be for one's own good and the good of others. One should not do anything that harms oneself or others. Buddhism really accepts the afterlife, and actions driven deliberately have future consequences, karma and phala, as say Swamiji. Buddhism completely rejects harming or killing others. According to the Dhammapada, sabbe tasanti dandhassa, every being trembles at violence. Sabbe bhayanti machuno, all fear death. Next is the most important point, attanam upamankatva, putting oneself in the place of another. Na haneya na ghataye, do not harm or kill anyone, or do not influence others to do so. According to the Bhagavad Gita also, ahimsa satya krodhasyat, shantir apaishunam. Non-violence that leads never obstruct others through thought, word, or deed is one of saintly natures. As an importance, the fivefold policy, Panchasila, is the basic practice shown in Buddhist philosophy. That is a practical policy which guides ordinary people to secure the lives and rights of others while building self-discipline in oneself by getting rid of evil, sinful and wrongdoings in their daily lives. The biggest problem in today's world is protecting one's own life while harming the lives of others, threatening or intimidating others. The Buddha guides us to detach from all those deeds. In addition, various attempts made to own things belonging to others have become rampant today. The destruction of other people's material resources, civilizations, cultures, or concepts acquired in local resources in poor countries. Through various tactics and invasion on countries that belong to stealing can also be seen in a large scale. Buddhism values refraining from such stealings. In Hinduism, this is thought as up there, that refers not just to avoid threat, but also to avoid exploitation. Furthermore, the resources available for the fulfillment of human needs are used to harass beings or the environment for narrow desires from personal to the global level in abundance today. Since medicines are to heal people, it is misuse if they are used to make people sick. Today, a measure of modern science and technology can be observed since they are mostly used to harm all living beings. The Buddha's ideal thought is worth mentioning here as all individuals or environment should not be harmed, even the remnants should not be harmful objects to others. Therefore, the Buddha's advice is to abstain from such wrong conduct with regard to sensual objects. Things like deceiving others, acting fraudulently, and dividing others are greatly conducive to the loss of peace. The basis for this is the false speech. It has the potential to turn an innocent man into a murderer. That is why the Buddha started that there is no crime that a liar cannot commit. Truth, Satya, is one of the 10 disciplines in Hinduism which directs us not to act fraudulently or to be a liar, but to be truthful. This is vital to stop spreading untruth about others. On the other hand, we also should be wise not to accept anything without proper evidence, because it can lead to conflicts among people and countries as well. Therefore, by following these, we should pave the way for a new era through our philosophical values. We are well aware of the fact that everyone hates each other in today's world. Many make accusations against each other based on hatred. Attempts are made to prove their power. These prolong towards wagging words. Buddhism firm reject them. Nahi verani, verena verani, sammantida kudachanam. Averena cha sammanti, esa dhammu swanantanu. It means that hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. It is appeased only by loving kindness. Frankly speaking, suspicion or doubt has arisen among many countries of the world to the extent that they cannot trust each other. Sticking only their own opinion, they do not respect the opinions of others. They do not understand the value of human lives. They do not correctly identify and deal what is the real need of this era. The advancement of science and technology in the modern era is used for the evil rather than for the good of people. The Buddha taught us to practice the valuable virtues of trustworthy, shraddha, morality, sila, generosity, chaga, and wisdom, panya. Building trust in each other helps to live without fear and doubt. The morality is crucial for a just and law-abiding society. One should be generous to respect the opinions of others without thinking that only one's own opinion is correct. The practice of wisdom must always be directed towards acting intelligently in the modern complex world. Importantly, the essence of Buddhism is thus sabbha papasa akaranam. Abstain from all wrongdoing. Kusalasa upasampada, engaging in wholesome deeds for the good of one's own and others. Sachitta pariyodapanang, controlling the mind enough to do only good things without putting into action. Everything that comes to mind, these completely represent that humanitarianism due to the fact they focus on securing the rights of others. According to the Bhagavad Gita, peacefulness, self-control, purity, tolerance, honesty, wisdom, knowledge, and religiousness are the qualities but which the Brahmanas work. It mainly guides to practice empathy, love, and humility in one's life, the utility of them to promote humanitarianism is very clear. The humanism revealed by Buddhism is well suited to the modern era. It takes the initiative to protect one's own rights and rights of others by securing the lives of others. It points the way to peace, harmony, and happiness among the people of the world. To sum up, Buddhism really helps to recognize the innate weaknesses of all and remedy them. Hinduism, which is closely related to Buddhism, aspires to a humanist society based on truthfulness, satyam, shivam, sundaram, speaking the truth, thinking in the truth, and acting the truth with the truth in mind. Accordingly, this is also a philosophy that teaches values of the people of the world. Taking all this into consideration, Sri Lanka and India should strive together to deliver great messages to the entire Asia and the world as well. I wish you all the blessings of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. May all the beings be happy and healthy. Sabbe sattha bhavantu sukhitatta. Sarve jana sukhino bhavantu. May peace spread all over the world. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Sri Kotapitiya Rahula Anunaya Kathera. May I now invite our third speaker, Mahopadhyaya Bhadraj Das Sri Swami of Akshardham, BAPS. We all know Akshardham as a microcosm of the Dharmic world in stone, and we now request his most eminent representative to give us his vision. Thank you.
शन्नो मित्रशं वरुणः शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा शन्न इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वामेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि ऋतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु अवतु माम् अवतु वक्तारम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ स्वामिनारायणः साक्षादक्षरपुरुषोत्तमः सर्वेभ्यः परमां शान्तिम् आनन्दं सुखमर्पयेत् ॐ अक्षरमहं पुरुषोत्तमदासोऽस्मि ॐ मान्याः श्री गोविन्ददेवगिरि महाराजाः मान्याः श्रीलङ्कादेशतः समागताः पूज्य स्वामिनः श्रीमन्तः कार्पेंटर महोदयाः सर्वे श्रोतारश्च सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः. On this auspicious day, I am delighted to be in the company of friends, aspiring thinkers, and great patrons of humanity. I would like to begin my speech by reciting a powerful mantra from the Rig Veda. This ancient hymn holds within it the essence of humanism, and I believe it sets the tone for the important discussion we will be having today and next 2 days. The Rishi of Rig Veda sings, Om Manurbhava, Om Manurbhava, Janaya Daivyam Janam, Janaya Daivyam Janam. It means, hey human, become a true human and give birth to human with divine qualities. I consider this mantra used to recite frequently. He used to sing it beautifully in Gujarati bhajan style. मानस नो अवतार तूने नहीं मड़े फरी, नहीं मड़े फरी रे तूने नहीं मड़े फरी, मानस नो अवतार तूने नहीं मड़े फरी. It means attaining birth as a human is priceless. It will not be attained again. These words are part of a bhajan. Economic inequality and poverty, social and political polarization, health crisis. In addition to external challenges that humans are facing, there are also many internal problems that individuals may struggle with, such as mental health issues, relationship problems, stress and burnout, spiritual and religious struggle, identity and purpose, and so on. As we enter this new era of rapid change and challenges, it is essential that we come together to explore solutions that are rooted in humanism. This is precisely why we have gathered here, to collectively reflect on the role of humanism in addressing the complex issues that confronts us and to chart a course forward that is grounded in deep respect for interconnectedness of all life. To understand humanism, it's important to first recognize the role of humans in the world we live in. The many living beings on this planet, but rather they have the unique ability to shape the world around them through their actions and decisions. We may have heard of Plato's definition of man. He is well known for his definition of man as an animal, biped and featherless. When Diogenes heard this, he responded by throwing a plucked chicken into the academy, saying, "Here is the Platonic man." The same Diogenes was once seen searching for a man in the daylight with a lit lamp in his hand. When people asked him what he was doing, he replied, "I am looking for a human being, anthropon zeto, anthropon zeto." It is quite evident that a human is more than just the outer shell, the body that we find ourselves in. A human is a complex and multidimensional being with a rich inner life filled with thoughts, emotions, a sense of self, virtues, moral obligations, and more importantly, a sense of higher purpose. So, for the new era, for our era, the answer to today's questions lies in reinterpreting humanism. Even though there are many types of humanism prevalent in the world, we talk about Eastern humanism today. When we think about Eastern humanism, it is not single religion, but rather a philosophical and spiritual tradition that includes many different religions and philosophies. Some major religions and philosophies considered as a part of Eastern humanism include Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, and Shintoism, among others. Each of these religions and philosophies has its own unique beliefs, practices, and teachings, but they share some common themes such as a focus on personal growth, social harmony, and spiritual fulfillment. When we study Hinduism, we can find solutions for problems of the new era. For instance, Ayurveda can offer remedies for physical health problems, while yoga can address mental health issues. Also, Hinduism has a rich tradition of ecological teachings and practices that emphasize the interconnectedness of all living beings and the importance of living in harmony with nature. Hinduism has a strong tradition of worshipping nature with many deities associated with specific elements such as the sun, moon, and rivers. This reverence of the natural world is expressed through rituals and festivals that celebrate the cycle of nature and honor the earth's gifts. For example, there is a Shanti mantra in Shukla Yajurveda. Om Tyauhu Shantirantariksha Shantihi Prithvi Shantirapa Shantirokadayah Shantihi Vanaspataya Shantirvishve Devaha Shantirbrahma Shantihi Sarvagun Shantihi Shantireva Shantihi Sama Shantiredhi. While offering puja, we remember rivers and pray like Ganga, Sindhu, Saraswati, Yamuna, Godavari, Narmada, Kaveri, Sarayur, Mahendra Tanaya, Sharmanvati, Vedika, Kshipra, Vetravati, Mahasuranadi, Khyata, Jaya, Gandaki, Purna, Purna Jalai Samudra Sahita, Kuryat Sada Mangalam. A shared theme seen among all schools of Eastern thought, their sacred texts, religious practices, and the rich history of their followings is the immense focus on cultivating the individual. They operate at the grassroots level, enduring change occurs first with molding the individual. Speaking about Hinduism, the Sanatan Dharma, through its teachings, it encourages individuals to explore the depth of their own consciousness, to cultivate self-awareness, and to connect with the divine through spiritual practices such as meditation, yoga, and devotion. Here are some examples of how individuals are taught in Hinduism. In Chandogya Upanishad, Uddalaka, the father, teaches his son Shvetaketu, Tat Tvam Asi. Tat Tvam Asi. The story is like this. A young man named Shvetaketu who returns home after completing his studies and becomes arrogant about his knowledge. His father notices this and asks him if he has learned about the Brahma Vidya, the highest wisdom. Utatam Adesham Aprakshaha. Shvetaketu is puzzled and says he has not. Katham sa Adesho Bhavatiti. His father then explains him the Brahma Vidya and teaches to see Brahma and Parabrahma within all beings. Yatha ekena mrutpindena sarvam mrunmayam vignatam bhavati vacha rambhanam vikaro namadeyam mrittika ityeva satyam. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Maharshi Yagyavalkya teaches his wife, Maitreyi, Navare patyuk kamaya pati priyo bhavati, atmanastu kamaya pati priyo bhavati, atmavare drashtavya shrotavyo mantavyo nididhyasitavyo Maitreyi. The story is like this. Maitreyi was the wife of a great sage named Yajnavalkya. One day Yajnavalkya decided to renounce all his worldly possessions and retired to the forest as a hermit. Udyasyanvar are aham asmat sthanadasmi. Before he left, Maitreyi asked him, "My dear husband, you have always provided me with material comforts, but will they bring me eternal happiness and liberation? Kim amrutasya ashasti vittena?" Yajnavalkya replied, "Oh my dear Maitreyi, all material possessions are important but cannot bring us true happiness. Only knowledge of the ultimate reality, Paramatma, can lead to liberation. Amrutasya tu nashasti vittena." Maitreyi then asked Yajnavalkya to teach her the knowledge of Paramatma so that she too could attain liberation. Yajnavalkya taught her about the nature of the ultimate reality of Parabrahman, and Maitreyi attained enlightenment. We all know the exciting story of Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita. It's a journey from encouragement to discouragement to complete encouragement. In the context of Hinduism, it is worth noting the efforts of Lord Krishna as described in the Bhagavad Gita. Instead of trying to change the entire society, Krishna focused on training one individual, Arjuna. Buddhism also offers similar sentiments. There is very famous phrase in Buddhism, Appadipo Bhava, Atmadipo Bhava, meaning progress lies in the brilliance of self-realization. I would like to provide another example from Bhagavan Swaminarayan's life. Once, when Bhagavan Swaminarayan was in a small village sitting under a tree, a young boy came and reverently touched his feet. Bhagavan Swaminarayan, also known as simply Maharaj, asked, "Who are you?" The boy replied, "Maharaj, I am born in a lower caste." He then stated the name of his caste. To this, Maharaj said, No, you are not. You are Atman. Repeat after me, I am Atman." The boy echoed the words, after which Bhagavan Swaminarayan once again asked, "Who are you?" "I am from a low caste," answered the boy. Maharaj again clarified, No, you are not. You are Atman. Try saying it one more time. The boy followed his instruction perfectly. "Now, who are you?" asked Maharaj again, effortlessly. Reverting to his old words, the boy responded, "I am from a lower caste." Maharaj then made a boy recite, I am Atman, 100 times. The boy did as instructed. Surely, by now he would have no problem answering the question. When Maharaj asked again, "Who are you?" the boy explained, "Because you are insisting, I am Atman, but in reality, I am only a boy from a low caste." Bhagwan Swaminarayan laughed, gave him a quick tap on the head, and sent him on his way. Here, Hinduism at its core is exemplified by the act of instilling positive change in others with love, patience, and selflessness. It is not about expecting something in return or feeling frustrated when progress is slow. These are the unique methods of individual transformations in Eastern humanism. We can call it the foundational humanizing transformations. The foundational humanizing transformations. If we delve deeper into our ancient scriptures, we can discover numerous accounts of individual microcosmic humanizing achievements. In conclusion, I would like to say that while the new era presents us with many challenges, we can find solution in the teachings of dharmic humanism, and to fully utilize the solutions offered by dharmic humanism, it requires a deep study and contemplation of its teachings, finding a perfect guru who can guide us on the right path and having faith in his words. By doing so, we can navigate the challenges of the new era with the wisdom and knowledge imparted by dharmic humanism. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to deliver this keynote speech. I'm sure that in addition to the few topics that I have touched upon, many more will be covered in greater depth throughout the conference. I am confident that the insightful presentations and discussions that we'll hear and be part of our next few days will be truly inspiring and gift us with new perspectives. I offer humblest prayers to Bhagwan Swaminarayan and my gurus, Pramukh Swamiji Maharaj and Mahant Swamiji Maharaj, that they may shower their blessings on all of us. Om Shantihi, Shantihi, Shantihi.
Many, many thanks, Maho Mahopadhyaya, Sri Bhadresh Das Swamiji. We have heard three very eloquent and masterful expressions of the Dharma as Satya, and reminding us that Dharma is the first of the Purusharthas, and the three others are included in it when they are righteous. So that in itself is the definition of humanism. So thank you once again to the speakers and to the audience, and I think I will now pass on the floor to the announcement for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you all for your stimulating speech and words of wisdom. It will be a great honor for all of us to listen you again in our future events as well. Every celebration is an experience. The external fades away and the internal lingers and echoes in the most depth of our hearts. We are reminded that events like this one are milestones on the journey of life and reminders of God's fidelity all through.
I am reminded, I am told,
Sure, sir.
that some presents were brought to honor Sri Swami Gobind Giri Maharaj. So those presents are being made now.
On this note, let's conclude a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable keynote session. On behalf of Sanchi University, along with the India Foundation, we sincerely thank the dignitaries for being with us this evening. Thanks to one and all who traveled miles to grace this conference by your auspicious presence. I shower heartfelt gratitude to everyone of Sanchi University and India Foundation for their wholehearted support rendered in the success of this session. With the approval of our honorable dignitaries, I hereby announce the closing of keynote session. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful and fun-filled evening. And now it's time for the tea break. I would like to request our Indian delegates and volunteers and organizers to please join us for high tea at registration area. And I request our invited guests and foreign delegates to please join us at tea terrace just behind the stage for high tea. So please join us. Thank you. And we will resume here at 5:30 sharp with plenary session band. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Sorry for the inconvenience. Please be seated, and we have to play a film for just only 3 to 4 minutes. And I request our IT expert, Mr. Nitin Place, to carry on. Mr. Nitin Patel.
नैव मे नैव मात्सर्यभावः.
Please be seated. Thank you.
न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूपः शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम्. चिदानन्दरूपः शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम्.
The infinite cosmos of Bharatiya Sanskriti is filled with shining stars and constellations, the brightest of which appeared centuries ago in the small village of Kaladi in Kerala. Shankar, a child who set off on a journey to Omkareshwar, treading 2,000 miles of wilderness and extremities to meet his guru, Govind Bhagwatpad, at the age of just 8. Initiated by his guru Shankar, now known as Shankar Bhagwatpad, embarked on a Digvijay Yatra, a grand tour of the land of Bharat. He went on to establish the 4 great mats in all the 4 corners of Bharat and revived ancient temples along his way. The worship of Panchadevta and the Dashnami sannyasi tradition was initiated by Shankar, breathing a new life into the withering Sanatan Dharma Parampara. Shankar Bhagwatpad was the most exceptional cultural unifier and exponent of Advaita Vedanta that Bharat has ever seen. He united India through a singular cultural thread and came to be revered as Adi Guru. Today, a new flame of his Advaita Vedanta is being reignited in Omkareshwar, the Gyan Bhumi of this great soul.
अद्वैत वेदांत जन जन तक पहुंचे और आम आदमी भी उससे समझ पाए, जनमानस उससे प्रेरणा ले पाए। इसलिए हमने फैसला किया, सरकार ने फैसला किया कि कि जहां आदि गुरु शंकराचार्य जी को गुरु मिले और जहां से उन्होंने प्रयाण किया अद्वैत वेदांत के प्रचार का, वहीं आचार्य भगवान की एक मूर्ति लगनी चाहिए।
A magnanimous 108 feet tall statue of oneness of Adi Guru Shankaracharya in his child form will be consecrated to enlighten the whole world with Vedanta philosophy from Mandhata Parvat.
आप अद्भुत बात देखिए, जैसे इस विचार का प्रकटीकरण मैंने किया संतों के सामने की, तो अपूर्व उत्साह की लहर फैल गई। सारे श्रेष्ठ संतों ने कहा कि निश्चित तौर पर यह करना चाहिए, हम साथ हैं।
In the true spirit of Advait, the great saints of Bharatvarsh led the Ekatma Yatra, the journey of oneness, collecting metal required for the statue of oneness, soil and water from more than 23,000 Gram Panchayats of Madhya Pradesh. Crores participated and the grand initiative culminated on 22nd January 2018 as the Ekatma Parva, where the Bhumi Pujan for the statue of oneness was conducted.
मूर्ति के साथ साथ ही विचार आया कि अद्वैत लोक बनाया जाए और अद्वैत लोक के साथ आदिगुरु शंकराचार्य अंतरराष्ट्रीय अद्वैत वेदांत संस्थान भी बने, जो
Thank you. We will resume here after 15 minutes. Thank you.
नमः सभायै। चाय सत्र के बाद आज के इस प्रथम प्लीनरी सेशन में आप सभी विद्वज्जनों का स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। आज के इस सत्र की अध्यक्षता के लिए मैं प्रोफेसर आरसी सिन्हा जी को मंच पे आमंत्रित करता हूँ। Now, I would like to invite our speaker, Dr. David Frawley, sir. Please come on the stage. I also request Dr. Ian Baker, sir. Dr. Ian Baker, sir. Professor Gio Leong Lee, sir. Swami Mitranand ji. Professor Jagbir Singh, sir. Dr. Butter Kitnoor, Dr. Butter Kitnoor, आप सभी महानुभावों से निवेदन है कि आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। मैं आज के कार्यक्रम की अध्यक्षता कर रहे प्रोफेसर आरसी सिन्हा के स्वागत के लिए प्रोफेसर नवीन कुमार मेहता सर को आमंत्रित करता हूं कि वो सर को पुष्पगुच्छ देकर स्वागत करें। हाँ, सिन्हा सर। मैं निवेदन करता हूं प्रोफेसर आरसी सिन्हा, आप आईसीपीआर के पूर्व अध्यक्ष रहे हैं और दर्शन के विख्यात विद्वान हैं। आपका स्वागत है सर। मैं मेहता सर से ही निवेदन करता हूं कि आप डॉक्टर डेविड फ्रॉले सर का भी स्वागत करें। डेविड फ्रॉले सर, आप फाउंडर हैं अमेरिकन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ वैदिक स्टडीज़ के और भारतीय ज्ञान के आप एक विश्रुत अध्येता हैं, विद्वान हैं। आज के इस प्लेनरी सेशन में आपका स्वागत करके हमें सुखद एहसास हो रहा है। मैं मेहता सर से ही निवेदन करता हूं कि आप डॉक्टर इयान बेकर सर का भी पुष्पगुच्छ के माध्यम से स्वागत करें। आप रिनाउंड कल्चरल हिस्टोरियन हैं और ऑथर हैं, यूके बेस्ड। आपको स्वागत करके हम अभिभूत हुए। मेहता सर, आप प्रोफेसर जियो लियोंग ली सर का भी स्वागत करें पुष्पगुच्छ के माध्यम से। Professor Jio Longli, former president of Korean Society for Indian Studies, Seoul, और इंडियन फिलॉसफी भारतीय दर्शन के आप एक अध्येता हैं, विश्रुत विद्वान हैं, आपका स्वागत है। स्वागत के इसी क्रम में मैं पुनः मेहता जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि स्वामी मित्रानंद जी का स्वागत करके उनसे आशीर्वाद लें। स्वामी मित्रानंद जी, आप आध्यात्मिक गुरु हैं चिन्मय मिशन के। आपकी उपस्थिति से यह कार्यक्रम अपने गौरव को प्राप्त कर रहा है। आपके आशीर्वाद की हमें सतत आवश्यकता है स्वामी जी। मैं निवेदन करता हूं मेहता सर से, प्रोफेसर जगबीर सिंह सर का आप पुष्पगुच्छ और वस्तुओं के माध्यम से स्वागत करें। आप चांसलर हैं पंजाब सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के आप एक ज्ञाता के रूप में विश्रुत हैं। स्वागत है सर आपका। मैं निवेदन करता हूं मेहता जी से डॉक्टर बेटर किटनोर सर का पुष्पगुच्छ के माध्यम से स्वागत करें। आप एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर हैं रशियन एकेडमी ऑफ साइंस के। सर स्वागत है आपका। अब आगे के सत्र के संचालन के लिए मैं अध्यक्ष महोदय सर से निवेदन करता हूं कि सर आप आगे के सत्र का संचालन करें। धन्यवाद।
नमामि सरस्वती देवी विद्या बुद्धि समार्जनीं सत्यम वस्मै कंठे करो कृपा है द्यामे। The august speakers on the dais and very eminent scholars, saints, students and teachers present in this hall. Before I invite speakers, I would like to give the plan of conducting this session. Each and every speaker will be, rather this will be convenient for organizers as well as to me, that you take 10 to 12 minutes and if time permits, we can have 2 questions or 3 questions. I am thankful to India Foundation and Sanchi University. I had been associated with this Dharma Dhamma conference since its inception. I would like to make some remarks before I invite the very eminent scholars like David Frawley and others. First of all, the question which cropped up here is regarding Eastern humanism. I will narrate one brief story relating to me. When I was a research scholar in BHU, Professor T.R.V. Murthy, Director of the Center of Advanced Studies in Philosophy, he organized one seminar on East and West in philosophy. And I raised a question. At that time I was young and fearless also. So I raised a question, why this topic is misnomer? Because in philosophy, there cannot be East or West. That was the question when I was quite immature researcher. But now, when the philosophy itself has taken very many turns and twists, so naturally, philosophy, if it can be understood as the cultural activity, then the topic Eastern humanism in new era becomes significant. If we take philosophy as an abstract discipline, then this distinction, then this sort of understanding that there will be Eastern humanism and the Western humanism. So naturally, if we define philosophy as cultural activity, then this sort of subject that we are discussing here is Eastern humanism in the new era. And Professor Manyasri Bhadresh Dasji, the last speaker of the previous session, he spoke, he is a philosopher because he has written authentic texts on Prasthanatrayi. So naturally, I will like to make a distinction between humanism and humanitarianism. So generally, we take it together, but humanism is a philosophy. And if we do some charitable work, we say that it is humanitarian act. Or so naturally, if up till now we have discussed about the humanism in the classical, with reference to the classical Indian philosophy, and I hope in this session also we have got very authentic scholars. So I would like to submit few sentences about the concept of the integral humanism. If we talk about humanism and we do not talk about integral humanism of Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay, then we are not doing justice to ourselves. In addition to that, we cannot forget the propounder of the new humanism. We cannot forget M.N. Roy. Though there is a distinction in approach. Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay, certainly his humanism is best, rather has background of spirituality. Or we can say it is a spiritual humanism. But M.N. Roy, the new humanism is a scientific one. So, with these words, I do not want to give a lecture, because since I have to chair, I have to keep the keep time, and if I exceed, then I may not be doing justice to the eminent scholars sitting on the dash. So first of all, I would invite David Frawley. He is a well-known scholar associated with Dharma Dhamma since beginning. Thank you very much.
Namaste, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. It is my great honor to be with you. I was here, I think, at the first of the Dharma Dhamma conferences. And I'm very happy to see it growing, expanding, and Sanche University continuing to unfold. I would like to make a few points here. And this whole idea of humanism reflects upon our idea of what the human being or who the human being is, which is very different between the East and the West, or between India, you might say, and Europe. And to do this, I would like to actually go back to the Vedas. But first of all, the question of humanism is, what is the human being? What are human rights? What is the place, the role, the purpose of the human being? And let us go back to Sanskrit. Sanskrit doesn't really have a term so much for the human being in that sense. And here I would like to direct us back to Rig Veda, Purushe Vedam Sarvam. The term for the human being is Purusha in the certain sense, but Purusha is the conscious being, and it is the person. What has subjectivity, what has stands for a conscious awareness. So in the Vedic teaching, Purusha Vedam Sarvam, Purusha is everything. We have the image of the cosmic Purusha, sun and moon as the right and left eyes, and so forth. So Purusha, or personhood, is not defined simply relative to the human being or relative to the human body, but relative to the entire universe. The person is in everything. The person is everywhere. We can see the consciousness in the animal, consciousness is in the plant, consciousness is in the rock. And we have the concept of Atma as the universal person, universal self-awareness, and the idea that the real person is neither body nor mind. Body and mind are objects or instruments. They are not a being or self in their own right. And then, in the Vedic view, Atman is Brahman, meaning the individual self is also the cosmic self are one. So naturally, this is a very different view than what you have in the West. Now, in the West, humanism is connected to the idea of a person, the rights of the person. And going back into the older law, there was a time in which other people were owned by their masters, whether the king, whether the duke. And so they did not have their individual rights as a person. So human rights has given the individual supposedly some degree of rights. But I have to let you know that in American law today, in the United States, a corporation has the rights of a person. Now one could say that because of that, one could say that the corporation has rights over the person. Now, you see then that the person is defined relative to physicality, property, possessions, voting, which are all outer phenomena, not the inner nature, not the inner being. Now, going back to Upanishads, the Purusha is a common term, but you have Aditya Purusha, Purusha in the sun, Chandramasi Purusha, the Purusha in the moon, Agnau Purusha, the Purusha in Agni, Vidyuti Purusha, Purusha in lightning. The Purusha dwells in light. And the Haranmaya Purusha, Atma. And we even talk about the human being as a Manu, Manu as the kind of the human principle, but that Manu also develops from the sun, from the power of light. So in the Vedic system, the individual human being is an individual manifestation of the entire universe, not simply a local, physical, biological phenomenon. So, in that respect, everything we look at is also looking at us. Even in Aitareya Upanishad, Purusha is the seer, the drashta. Indra is the seer, comes into the human body from the simanta at the top of the head, enters in as the sakshi or the witness. So in other words, the personhood, the light of consciousness, Atman, Purusha pervades everything. It is the seer, the knower, behind the mind, the eye of the eye, the ear of the ear, and so forth is again Upanishad's state. So everything is Purusha, and the Prakriti is the instrumentality through which the Purusha works. So in this model, we have a respect for the sacred nature of the entire universe. And in this regard, I think we can, from a Vedic sense, we can even question the whole concept of a human being. In fact, there is only one being, Satchitananda, and there are different becomings. The human being is a becoming of the one being, just as the plants, the animals, and so forth. And then we must discriminate between mind, which is embodied consciousness, and pure consciousness, which is beyond the body and beyond the mind. So in other words, to have true rights, true humanity, we must recognize that self-awareness everywhere. Universe itself is a manifestation of self-awareness. It is not a creation of a God somewhere who imposes his will upon everyone else. So this Vedic idea of the Purusha will unite ecology, spirituality, art, medicine, psychology, all together, which is what we find in the Vedic sciences, the different Vedic vidyas, an integral approach to consciousness. And then it's not an issue, you see, in the West, human rights are basically rights of possession, right to do what you want, right to pursue your desires. In the Vedic system, the highest purushartha is moksha, as freedom from desire, transcendence of sorrow, going beyond body and mind. So the Western view of the mind doesn't go beyond buddhi. There's no Atman there, which is recognized. And in the Vedic view, the whole problem, ahankara, is the basic mistake of buddhi. I am the body, I am the mind, this is mine, I am this, all these things. So once we understand consciousness as a universal principle like light or space, then we move beyond all these outer problems of desire, anger, ego, possession. And that is what we need to do today, because our technology is overwhelming us because we are identified with the outer, and so we become more outer, more lost, more confused, and more away from ourself. So true humanity is only possible from the Atma Vidya, from the deeper self-knowledge, and from the ability to what we call chitta shuddhi, chitta prasadana, purification of the mind, moving beyond the rajas, the tamas. There's no concept of three gunas in the Western psychology. And I hate to say it, but it's an obvious fact that most of what we call academia is the ahankarika or the rajasic buddhi, not the sattvic buddhi. And so it promotes control, domination, possession, alienation. I sometimes have my issues with them. The point is that we have to develop that higher awareness for true humanity. True humanity is also recognizing the consciousness, the life that is all-pervasive. The animal is conscious. They may not have the same instrumentality we have. In some ways, they may have a better instrumentality than what we have. So consciousness does not depend upon a body. It manifests through a body. So Eastern humanism is the cosmic humanism of the Vedas. It is the recognition of Paramatma as the supreme principle of consciousness and the only true way to go beyond all sorrow. Western humanism is largely political rights, but the fact is that the more we promote rights, the more we promote division and conflict, because rights rest upon duty, and the individual is not the supreme reality as a physical being. It's only in the sense of identified with the universal. So we also have the law of karma we have to consider very carefully. We are karmically responsible for what we do, regardless of the laws and the other factors. And we also have to recognize the primacy of dharma. Human laws cannot substitute for understanding dharma. Fire burns because that's its nature. If you put your hand into a fire and get burned, God is not punishing you for the sin of putting your hand in the fire by burning you. We have to understand these laws of cause and effect. So what I would say then, in summary, is that in the West, we do not have the proper idea of humanity. Because if human being is just the body, then there is no transcendence there, and there's no higher rights there. And in India, it's very important to preserve the Dharma and karmic understandings and the Atma Vidya. And this is a more controversial subject, but unfortunately, milords in the Supreme Court of India are still following not only Western humanism, but British law, and they are often putting themselves beyond any type of justice or questioning. They are self-inventing that. So humanism must go back to Aham Brahm Asmi, Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma, and recognize the organic unity of all life, all natures, all the lokas, all the creatures, and yet the transcendent Paramatman as well. Otherwise, our humanism just becomes a social, political trap, and we get more caught up in our outer image than in understanding our inner reality, and our society becomes more and more outward and superficial. So we must teach self-inquiry to people, to the students. We must learn to have our direct aparokshanubhuti, swanubhuti, experience of our own true nature by resting in the silence of our own nature through meditation, through communion with the realm of nature. So the union or the realization of the Purusha, which is the true consciousness, the true self, the true person, goal of yoga, Vedanta, all the practices are there. So it's very important we bring that forward and do not bow down to the false humanism that reduces people to statistics, objects, votes, bank accounts, or even medical records. That's dehumanizing. True humanism recognizes the unique and the transcendent in all and gives us freedom from limitations of body and mind, allows us to use them as the proper instruments, but doesn't make us subject to being ruled or controlled by them. So let India and the Bharatiya Sanskriti share that Purusha awareness, that Paramatma, Parabrahma. That is the way to be truly humanistic, which is to be one with all, not human beings over all, but human beings as being able to manifest that underlying consciousness. That is our goal as a species. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om Tat Sat.
So, thank you very much, Professor Dr. David Frawley. From his lecture, we have come to know, rather I have understood, that humanism, Eastern humanism, especially Indian humanism, based on Vedas, it is Atma-centric. So, we can understand humanism in two ways. One is Atma-centric humanism and the other is sociocentric. So naturally he has given much more emphasis on Atma-centric humanism. So thank you very much. Thank you. So I would like to invite Dr. Jan Becker. Please.
Go there, or is it better over here? So, thank you. It's an honor to be here, and I'm very grateful to all the organizers for inviting me to share some thoughts that will hopefully reflect on the theme that we're discussing, not just today, but over the course of the weekend on Eastern humanism, as we're seeing now in so many different ways and perspectives. So I've been thinking about what I could present that might be helpful along these lines, and my own background is more in the context of Tibetan Buddhism, Vajrayana Buddhism, in other words, Tantrayana, and in particular on pilgrimage and power places, if you will, in the Tantric Buddhist tradition, so the Shakti Pitas, and in the Tibetan context of hidden lands, and how those reflect actually larger visions of kind of less tangible hidden lands like Shambhala. But what I thought I would focus on today in the context of Eastern humanism was to look at kind of the evolution as I see it, or actually largely as it's mapped out, of Buddhism in the so-called three turnings of the wheel of Dharma. And so if we look at this model that I would like to propose as a way in which we see a kind of humanistic turn within Buddhist thought and practice over a course of centuries, I think it's interesting this is a model that was kind of developed in the Yogacara school of Buddhism, but then became very, very widely adopted in the Tibetan Buddhist iteration of the so-called three yanas, or the three vehicles by which realization and enlightenment could be achieved. So in that view, the first turning of the wheel is associated with the Four Noble Truths as taught by the historical Buddha and based upon a model of renunciation. As scholars like Donald Lopez have pointed out, this is actually a mistranslation to call it the Four Noble Truths. It's actually the Four Truths for the noble ones, those who have actually renounced samsara. So if we really look carefully at the wording, we actually see that the Four Noble Truths are a way to reaffirm one's renunciation of worldly aspirations in order to follow the model of the bhikshu, the renunciate. And this is a very powerful model. At the same time, we of course recognize it in whatever way of life we're pursuing as a householder, as a yogin, as a yogini, or as a monk or nun, that life is characterized by pervasive discontent. However, that model that promoted in the earliest iteration of Buddhism, in which renunciation was the ideal, and in which basically one meditated one's way into not to be reborn again, it was really about the pratimoksha vow, was to kind of get out of a dissatisfying world. And in that sense, it was not specifically humanitarian ideal. So that came in with the so-called second turning of the wheel that we associate with the emergence of the greater vehicle, the Mahayana phase of Buddhism, in which the Bodhisattva vow was fundamental. And the Bodhisattva vow, as I'm sure all of you are aware, was where you actually make a vow that you'll be born and born again forever until all of samsara is emptied. So it was actually a very revolutionary movement within the Buddhist system, because it completely reversed the earliest ideal of Buddhism, which was not to be born again. You actually, by embracing the world through compassion and a recognition of emptiness, as we heard Swamiji describe, is not simply emptiness, nothingness, but actually Brahman. It's the reality itself, but that reality characterized by the very fact that it can't be sort of pinned down to one thing or another, but compassion being the very compass by which one navigated through that relative reality. So this was really the ideal of the Mahayana, and it brought in a whole new set of sutras, of Buddhist teachings, and also something I'd like to mention at the end. We can also see during the emergence of the Mahayana sutras a little bit of cross-fertilization with the Greco-Roman tradition, even in the whole way and presented in the whole idea of philanthropia, compassion. And we also see, we'll speak a little bit about some of the artistic elements in the different so-called three yanas. But then in the so-called third turning of the wheel, which was a later iteration of the Mahayana, the great vehicle, and it introduced the Mantrayana. It introduced the idea of Tantric Buddhism, of Vajrayana, as it's also described. So when we think of it as Vajrayana, the diamond vehicle, or we see that there was already a direct incorporation of Indra from the Vedas, the wielder of the thunderbolt, essentially holding and harnessing the powers of the universe. So a very, very powerful and dynamic image that Buddhism at that point brought in through a powerful symbol fundamental in the Vedas. But we also see in the evolution of the so-called Buddhist tantras at that time a complete synchrony in terms of the way in which they developed, particularly the Yogini tantras, which was a classification of Buddhist tantras, arising in synchrony with the emergence of Shakta tantras within the Hindu tradition. And we see a lot of the same techniques. We see in this case, rather than the more, let's say, passive approach of early Buddhism, the observation of the breath, the rising and falling of the breath, the modeling of impermanence, we actually see a more dynamic and creative engagement with phenomenal world in this sense. And we actually see that the techniques that were being adopted and being revealed in the Buddhist tantras were really almost direct parallel with what we see emerging in the Shaiva and Shakta traditions of that time. So this is where I would argue that this was really a humanistic turn within Buddhism, because suddenly we move from a model of renunciation, as articulated in the early first turning of the wheel, to one of transformation, or to one of basically embracing the world with compassion and equanimity, to one in which there's a very dynamic working with the creative imagination, working with the potentialities of the body, the breath, and the mind, in order to actually embrace those very things that early Buddhism rejected, and in doing so, transforming them and bringing a kind of divinization, if you will, to those aspects of life that were often deemed to be problematic by early Buddhism. And that really comes across in the way that Vajrayana or Mantrayana presents itself, in which it says that samsara, in other words, the world, and nirvana, that state, as also as Swamiji described, is this sort of the peace that passes under all understanding, if we look at it in kind of the Western iteration, was really something that which there was no longer this sense of separation. The path was no longer one of renouncing anything to embrace something else, but recognizing what was already there from the beginning, which is essentially the sacred nature of human life, and therefore a very humanist ideal in which, exactly as David Frawley has been telling, is speaking to a view of the human condition that goes far beyond what has ever been articulated in the Western tradition. So this idea of Purusha, this idea of I would argue, moving from the egocentric view of life to an ecocentric view of life. So in other words, the human nature is part of a larger cosmic ecosystem, if you will. So this really speaks to a kind of eco-humanism in the same way that in the context of this conference we're talking about biohumanism. And I think this is really that shift of orientation, that shift of perspective that the Vajrayana tradition of Tantric Buddhism introduced into what had been a rather renunciate tradition, in one in which was rather embracing the larger possibilities of human life. And what we really see in that, to me, which is so interesting, is the complete integration of practices that were intrinsic to the Shaiva and Shakta tradition, and then they become nominally Buddhist by simply adding a prefix Vajra. The same with the deities, of whether it's yoginis, whether it's Bhairava, it's Vajra Bhairava. So it was a real beautiful integration in which we see, again, the overcoming of all sort of difference, except in sort of nominal ways, which the traditions sort of prospered within different communities. But central to both of them was, of course, the Brahma Viharas, the sublime attitudes, which we can see intrinsic both to the Yoga Sutras of the Hindu tradition, and we see it intrinsic to the very foundations of all Vajrayana Buddhist practices, which are often considered to be volatile and a razor's edge, in the sense that if they're done in the wrong way, it can lead to an aggrandizement of the self rather than to that dissolution into the cosmic self that we recognize as really being the goal. So when we look at those in very simple ways of loving kindness, compassion, empathetic joy, and equanimity, we see that that is the foundation for any kind of humanistic, meaningful humanistic enterprise, exactly as everyone has commented so far in the course of today's talks. We're not talking about human rights in a certain sense of what politics and society prevails, but really into this deeper aspect of our nature. And so these four contemplations, kindness, compassion, joy, sympathetic joy, and equanimity, are what bring us into that kind of natural unison in which we shift from an egocentric perspective to an ecocentric one. So that's really what I wanted just to kind of bring some kind of attention to, just in my brief presentation. But I just wanted to make a couple other comments that I think are interesting in this regard. For example, when we look at the friezes, reliefs at Sanchi, we actually see that already from the 1st century BC, there was a Greek population. There was actually an Indo-Greek ambassador, resident near Sanchi. And so we see that presence, even though Sanchi is so interesting because it's an aniconic representation of the Buddhist teachings. There's no image of the Buddha himself in that early phase. But then we do see that very soon after that, in Gandhara was the introduction of the first modelings of the Buddha in human form. And we know that that was a result of the Greek artisans who'd come into the Indian subcontinent with Alexander the Great. And so those first modelings of the Buddha standing like a Greek philosopher on a pedestal with the hand in a teaching mudra was exactly the same as what was held in Greek theater. All of this was fascinating, I feel, in a certain sense, when you look at how the Buddhist tantras position themselves as to where they were first revealed. And that's in this sort of semi-legendary land of Udayana, on the northwest frontiers of the Indian subcontinent, and what's now recognized as the Swat Valley in the foothills of the Hindu Kush Mountains. So this was also part of the great Silk Road. It was also part of what was also called the Musk Road. And we also know that at the time when Alexander the Great came in, that there was already a presence of Dionysian cults in that same area. And we see a lot of the theater, the use of ritual intoxicants, some of the wilder side of what often is associated with Tantra and Vajrayana. We see those as elements within the Greek mystery school traditions that had already entered into the Indian subcontinent already in the 3rd century BC. So I think it's interesting when we look at this idea of Eastern humanism and Western humanism, not to fall into the sense that these are distinct in that way, because I find it fascinating that the Buddhist Tantras are said to have arisen in a part of the world in which there was already an interface between Hellenic mystery schools and the ancient Shaiva and Buddhist traditions of the Indian subcontinent. So I think in that we begin to see that we have been, as a human species, deeply interacting and exchanging knowledge. I guess in today's parlance we'd say appropriating knowledge, but that really means exchange. It's how civilizations, of course, advance. It's through the sharing of views and exchanging of ideas. So this is what I find very, very stimulating and exciting about this conference as it continues in this deepening of our understanding of the common ground in which we are seeking to manifest our full humanity spiritually, socially, and practically. So those are really just the comments that I wanted to make today. And I'll just mention one last little thing, because I think it is something that's emerging within Western scholarship now, which talks very specifically to this idea of the Hindu and Buddhist interface. There's at SOAS University, School for Oriental and African Studies in London, there's now a Hatha Yoga project, which is now recognized as an academic field of study, and very fascinatingly, the text that's now recognized as being the first so-called source text of Hatha Yoga is recognized as having evolved. It's called the Amrita Siddhi, the perfection of the nectar of immortality, the Dutse, is recognized as having evolved within a Vajrayana Buddhist context, but clearly with both traditions deeply syncretically interacting. So I find that very fascinating, that even we look at something that's gone as global as Hatha Yoga, we can see that this is something in which the Buddhist tradition and the Hindu tradition were contributing to it equally. So thank you very, very much, and look forward to ongoing conversations.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Jan Becker. He has given Buddhist conception of humanism, and the compassion is the core component of humanism. He has tried to explain humanism in the backdrop of Buddhist philosophy. So I would like to invite, Geo Leong Lee, Professor Lee. He is well-known in Indian society, especially philosophers. Amongst philosophers, he is well-known. Professor Lee. He was a student of Delhi University long back.
I'm very sorry. Namaste. Nice to meet you. I'm very happy to be here with you all. And I'm very sorry to Chairman. It is always very difficult to pronounce my name in Korean, but his pronunciation was very good, so I'm also thankful to him. This afternoon, I would like to talk about Hindu humanistic view of the dynamic relationship between the pairs of opposite, the bandhavas. The humanistic tendency of philosophy is natural and unavoidable because philosophy has a human origin, a human purpose, and human conclusions, even though the founder of the philosophy avoids human interests in his intellectual pursuit. Humanistic interpretation is bound to follow. Indian philosophy is no exception, and it takes human problems more seriously than any other philosophical tradition in the world. The starting point of Indian philosophy is man, suffering man, who is to be rescued from endless misery of life and death. In order to carry out this mission, the devoted Indian sages and philosophers have from time immemorial to the present day, shown the path to peace and progress of all humanity, not only by laying down the theoretical ideals, but by actually applying truth in their practical life. As such, humanism can be said to be a common aspect of all forms of philosophy, but the way to realize it can be different. The most remarkable aspect of Indian philosophy is in the process of realizing its humanism is that it has sought to unify both metaphysically and practically the pairs of opposite that people experience. For example, the Bhagavad Gita stipulates that a person who has crossed the pairs of opposite is the sage of eternal renunciation, Nitya Sannyasi, or Arjuna, he who neither has nor desires should be known as of eternal renunciation. He who is not subject to the pairs of opposite is easily set free from bondage. In addition, the Yoga Sutra says that even the ultimate effect obtained from asana, commonly referred to as physical training, is nirdvandva. From that is asana having been perfected, arises immunity from the pairs of opposite. In this way, Indian thought emphasized that the desirable state of human beings is realized when they are freed from both mental and physical opposite poles. Okay, I have to skip. In Hindu humanism, the pairs of opposites are experienced as a continuum extending from external opposites such as heat and cold in Yoga Sutra to the fluctuation of inner emotion and the conflict of ideas such as good and bad. The Hindu Marga aims at freeing an individual completely from entanglement in the opposite, which seems inherent in human experience, so that he can experience oneness with Brahman. Okay, I will skip about Western philosophy. In case of, Karl Gustav Jung, who was very acquainted to Indian philosophy, especially yoga and Vedanta, he also said that, but if there is no ego from the viewpoint of Jung, there is no knower and therefore no consciousness. Abolishing ego to transcend the opposite leaves only unconscious. A consciousness without ego is at least not one we could possess. Inasmuch as it exists, we do not exist. So he cannot accept beyond the duality of the Dvandva. However, according to the teachings of the Upanishads, at the highest level, there is consciousness without ego, and unlike Western philosophy, here the distinction between ontology, epistemology, and ethics becomes meaningless. Mukti is at the same time enlightenment in the etymological sense, salvation in the ontological sense, and also supreme bliss. In Hindu way of life, there is no difference between knowing the Buddha and becoming a Buddha. Brahman is both Sat and Chit and also Ananda. Mukti is the experience of man becoming the ultimate reality, Brahman. Indian ethics point out that the spiritual aspect of human nature is very divinity. The concept of absolute in Indian philosophy is not merely an intellectual achievement of the philosophical mind, but a possible state of existence attainable by man through spiritual discipline. The nature of the self in yoga is said to be pure Chit consciousness. This Chit is not ordinary consciousness, but a transcendent entity. It is never demonstrated in its absolute purity in any of our ordinary conscious states, but is revealed at the stage of mukti or final emancipation. The self is neither consciousness nor unconsciousness, but the transcendent intelligence of absolute homogeneity. Indian philosophy has for thousands of years known of the processes required to balance the opposites and has made them into paths of liberation. As mentioned earlier, at first glance, the main concern of Indian thought is characterized by freedom from suffering. For example, the Sankhya Karika describes the object of human endeavor as being the final removal of all pains. Yoga also analyzes all feelings and emotions as being nothing more than that pain. Although the Sankhya Yoga thus emphasizes freedom from suffering, its ultimate goal is not happiness, sukha. Just as suffering is not the goal of life, happiness is not the ultimate goal of life either. It is through ignorance that we are deluded into thinking that the pains are pleasures. But it is also an ignorance that we are driven to hanker after pleasures and avoid pains. The avoidance of pain is not therefore the object of our endeavor, but dissociation from samsara. Like the polarity of happiness and suffering, Indian thought sees the opposite pairs of good and evil as a polarity to be overcome. Just as we pursue happiness, but the destination we reach is not happiness, but ananda, where the opposition between happiness and suffering has disappeared. We must seek the good, but the ultimate destination we reach is not the good, but pure chit, where the polarity of good and evil is transcended. Brahman is neither good nor evil, and transcends both. Likewise, we seek spirituality, but what we arrive at is not spiritualism in the Western philosophical sense, but absolute sat, where the polar opposition between spirituality and materiality has been overcome. What Hinduism intends is a union of opposites in which they are cancelled out. Brahman is the union and dissolution of all opposites, and at the same time sends out them as an irrational fact. It is therefore wholly beyond cognition and comprehension. As I said before, if good and evil, happiness and suffering, spirituality and materiality are pairs of relative concepts, then why should we strive to realize good rather than evil, happiness rather than pain, and spirituality rather than materiality? This is because evil, pain, and materiality are the ontological starting point for us living in the world of samsara. Therefore, we have no choice but to strive to achieve good from evil rather than from good to evil, pursue a life that turns pain into happiness instead of striving to turn happiness into pain, and pursue spirituality based on materiality. Now, I would like to briefly look at ahimsa from the point of view of the union of the pair of opposite of individualism, selfishness, and altruism. Ahimsa ranks among the foremost virtues of Hindu ethical code, expressive of the sacredness of all life. In practice, it means the relinquishing of all activities involving killing and also abstinence from all animal flesh. In the Yoga Sutra, ahimsa is mentioned as one of the 5 yamas. Ahimsa here means to refrain from causing injury to any living thing. In East Asian Buddhism, such as Korea, China, and Japan, the meaning of ahimsa is interpreted in a more extreme way and accepted as a meaning, non-killing. In other words, yogi should not kill other life recklessly. As one of 5 panchayamas, ahimsa is regarded as abstinence or negative ethical code, and at first glance, it is understood as ethics for the sake of others. In other words, it is not for the yogi himself that he has to observe the precept of ahimsa, but for the sake of other living beings. For example, that the yogi should not pluck the flowers of the field is understood to be for the sake of the flowers, rather than for himself. However, we need to note here that Yoga Sutra 235, which mentions the effect when ahimsa is observed, non-injury being established in his presence, all enmities cease. This sutra clearly states that the positive effects of ahimsa observance are on the yogi himself and not on others. Here, ahimsa has meaning not as ethics for others, but as ethics for the yogi himself. In other words, if a yogi observes the precepts of non-killing well, other living beings will have no evil intentions or desire to kill him. Therefore, in Korean Zen Buddhism, it is said that Panchashilas of Buddhism are the armor of the practitioner. The two stages of the Yoga Sutra mentioned above shows that ahimsa is a principle that transcends the opposite extremes of egoism and altruism. In fact, an individual possesses its own individual nature, but also each one exists within relationships with different people. When we look from this kind of viewpoint, the fact that the selfish side and the altruistic side within one individual is all more proper. Therefore, egoism and altruism always coexist in human society. Okay, I will conclude. Just 1 minute. Generally enough, even though the religious traditions of East emphasize altruism, the individualism within our society remains unchanged. In one sense, the reality is that the more altruism is emphasized, the more individualism flourishes. Then how was the West, which instigates individualism, turned out? Has it been satisfied by individualism? That is not the case. Just as the meaning of ahimsa in the Yoga Sutra is altruism, strictly speaking, is not ethics concerning others, but we must say it is ethics concerning oneself. Therefore, ultimately, altruism is not a principle for the sake of others. Instead, it is principle through which one grows and perfects oneself through the process of living for the sake of others. Okay, I will conclude. Thank you for your kind attention.
So, I'm very sorry, Professor, because he has to catch flight. So, naturally, I have to interrupt. I'm sorry. I do not want that his flight should be missed. So, I would like to invite Swami Mitranandji. And before that, I would like to add one sentence that Professor Lee contemplates that humanism cannot be possible without ethics. So certainly humanism is linked to ethical values. So please, Swamiji is from Chinmay Mission Ashram.
Checking. Namaste. My salutations to everybody present here. Pranam. I'm going to ask questions. Instead of talking, I'll ask a few questions. How much percent of the world, Earth, is water? Someone can answer. 70%, 71, 75, okay. So we have 25% land. How much of this 25% land is habitable, that we can live? There are glaciers, there are mountains, livable, habitable land. How many percent? How much percent do you think? I'm talking about Eastern humanism, okay. My question is related to that. How much land do you think? 71% water, 29% land left. In that, how much is habitable land? 20%? You're right, 20%. 9% goes to glaciers and all that. So then we are left with 20% land. In that, how much do you think is farming, agriculture? I told you, I'm going to ask you questions only. Yeah. Farming takes 10%. So 10% land we have occupied, which includes taking off forests, etc. In that 10% is the agricultural land. How much of this 10% agricultural land is cattle farming? I'm still talking Eastern humanism. 8%. 2% is cereal farming. 8% is cattle farming. Why did I say this? This is Eastern humanism, the Eastern way of life, which is predominantly Sanatana Dharma and its influence. If, even in India, the people who eat meat should be 65-75% of Indians must be eating meat. But the consumption of meat compared to the Western way of life and the Eastern way of life, the people in the East eat very minimum. That is not the stable diet for the Eastern civilization. For the Western, meat becomes a stable diet. Now you understand, Eastern way of life supports ecology. Our way of life does. If we adopt the Western way of life and make meat a stable diet, average Western consumption of meat is 109 kgs. India is 3.5. So if we adopt this, the 8% of the cattle farming which is there has to increase more. Where is the land? This is one point, which is the Eastern humanism, is we keep in mind the entire planet. For generations we have lived that way. This for us is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The entire universe is one family. The created is divine. The creator is divine. This is the base principle of the Eastern humanism. The East looks at the entire world as divine. The creator and the created are divine. So when we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it is not a statement of praise. It is not a statement to say and get people to live in harmony. When we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, this entire universe is one family, it is a statement of fact. Just like fire is hot. Water is, ice is cold. This entire universe is one family. It is a statement of fact. The creator and the created are the same. The creator only has manifested as the created. So the divine is the cause and the divine is the effect. So both are same. This is one way. Second, very important Eastern humanism of the East is our family values are completely different. You look at the people living in the Eastern lifestyle, influence of it, almost 4.9%
lives together as a family, even today. You can check. The Indians sitting here, think, or other people from the East, think. Father, mother, son, daughter, grandfather, grandmother. We are almost 4.9. In the Eastern civilization, family dominates, and that saves Earth. We live in a smaller space, more people. If this 4.9 becomes 2, what will happen to the forests? The existing forests, what will we do to them? Because where is the space to build more? So 4.9, and it was even more earlier. The Eastern way of life supports ecology, all living species. We live together and we adjust together for a common good. That's why in the East, yajna is predominant. Yajna means we come together and do our bit for the common good. Every individual comes together and does his or her bit for the common good. That is called a yajna, working in a spirit of yajna. Sacrifice and compromise. In the Eastern way, humanism is, we sacrifice the lower for the higher. Earth is higher. We sacrifice the individual. Lower is sacrificed for the higher. When we give up the lower for the higher, it is sacrifice, yajna. When we give up the higher for the lower, it is compromise. When the higher is given for the lower, it is compromise. When 4.9 people live, we live together adjusting. If we become my right oriented from duty, Dr. Frawley clearly pointed out, in the East, the duty is on more focus. We focus more on duty. If we shift this attention away from duty to rights, and I say, I need my comfort, from 4.9 family adjustments, I choose to take 1 or 2. More trees, more mountains, more natural vegetations would be destroyed. We lived here revering earth. This is Eastern humanism. And that is why the phrase Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is so dear to us, that the entire universe is one family. I'll just take 1 more minute. Some of you saw before this session, as you were walking out, some of you stopped and saw a video we played about Adi Shankara. I request the organizers, maybe sometime tomorrow, when you all assemble, play that video once again. It's just a 2 or 3 minutes video, which talks about a very beautiful project the government of Madhya Pradesh has taken up. And that is happening in Omkareshwar. No, not now. Not now. Stop. Tomorrow. We're running out of time. There are 2 more speakers after me. Yeah. All right. This video you watch again tomorrow, but I'll let me brief about it. This is happening in Omkareshwar, and a few years ago, let's say even 6 years ago, if anyone would have told me that a statue for Adi Shankara is coming up in Omkareshwar, 108 feet tall, none of us would have believed. There's a change, and these values are coming up. Finally, Bharat is recognizing one of its illustrious child, Adi Shankara. Absolutely illustrious child. The boy left at the age of 8. He walked from Kerala to Omkareshwar. 1,500 plus kilometers. An 8-year-old child walking, leaving the known, seeking the unknown. And he found his guru in Omkareshwar, and from there, he took it on himself to go and transform India, Bharat. Traveled across the length and breadth of Bharat 4 times. So there's a project coming here. It is called Ekatma Dham. That is what the video you were watching. Here we will have a complete life of Adi Shankara being described with latest technology. And there is a boat ride which will talk about Advaita Parampara. Advaita means oneness. You and I are one. There is no duality. Duality is a notion which exists in the mind. Adi Shankara went around establishing, making us understand the Vedic knowledge of oneness. So there is a boat ride which talks about the Advaita Parampara. How many people in this land worked before Adi Shankara, Shankara, and after Shankara, preserving this oneness. So this project is coming up, and there is going to be a research center, which is the most important. So anything being researched on Advaita, it would happen from there. And a movie is also being made because there's a theater, there are IMAX theater inside the Ekatma Dham, where one will watch the life of Shankara, very inspiring life. Apart from that, a movie is also being released for public to see, hopefully this year end or beginning of the next, one will see this movie on Shankara. These are some of the wonderful initiatives taken up by this government, and that's why I said a few years ago, none of us would have imagined that something like this would happen. And it is happening in our time, and we have got a chance to involve. So I would request you to watch this video in leisure. And Professor Ramnath Jha is here. And Ramnathji, just get up for a moment. I'm closing up now. He is involved in this project from the beginning. So I would say, because I'm leaving, I'm going away now, he's here, talk to him informally, and he will tell you more about what we are trying to do there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Swamiji. Actually, we wanted to listen more from you. So, due to paucity of time and your engagements, you have to catch a flight. So, certainly, we are not very much satisfied with your lecture because you did not get much time. We wanted to listen more. Since I am also associated to some extent to Chinmay Mission Ashram, I was a regular visitor of the ashram in Pittsburgh. So very near to where I do reside. My daughter lives there. So I must thank you. And before inviting Dr. Jasbir Singh Ji, I would like to, few sentences I would like to add because I may not get the time for presidential address. So, the differences he has tried to draw between the Eastern humanism and the Christian humanism, that is very important, or the Western humanism. So naturally, Christian humanism, that is not possible without book dogma, without Bible. If you do not believe in the Bible, you cannot practice Christian humanism. If you do not believe in prophet, the prophet dogma, you cannot be a humanist. And if you do not believe in God, certainly you cannot be a humanist in the Christian sense. So, an atheist can be a humanist, but a Christian having these dogmas cannot be humanist. So, but while in Hinduism, we love all living beings. But in Christianity, this is not depreciating anything, but this is just a philosophical making distinction in order to understand the Eastern humanism. So naturally, with these words, I would like to invite Dr. Jasbir Singh ji.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार, सत श्री अकाल. Dear friends, first of all, I am thankful to the conveners of 7th International Dharma Dhamma India Foundation in collaboration with Sanchi University of Buddhist-Indic Studies for inviting me to share my views with you. The theme of the conference is Eastern Humanism in the New Era. It intends to explore the contemporary relevance of Eastern intellectual tradition, as I understand, mainly represented by humanitarian Dharma traditions of Indic civilization. So my frame of reference is going to be Indic civilization. Its main focus is on the philosophical significance and humanitarian concerns of the Indic civilization, which are most relevant for contemporary world today. As we know, Indic civilization is one of the oldest civilizations of the world. The remarkable thing about this civilization is that where many other ancient civilizations have become extinct due to ravages of time, this civilization is still alive today. Thus, its uniqueness lies in its antiquity and continuity. The primary relation of this civilization is with the geological region of Indian subcontinent. Although due to historical upheavals, the political boundaries of this region have been changing, but its centuries-old geocultural identity still remains. 4 major Dharma traditions have emerged within this civilization: the Sanatan Dharma, Jain, Bauddha, and Sikh. These traditions are deeply rooted in the geocultural region of the subcontinent. Sanatan Dharma is the oldest tradition of this civilization, and Sikhism the latest. These 4 Dharma traditions have also emerged as independent global traditions, and they have established their own independent self-identity, no doubt about it. At the same time, they exemplify an excellent model of unity in diversity. In the Indian context, having essential differences of Panth, Mat, and other things, these Dharma traditions collectively share and participate in the core concerns of Indic civilization. Indic civilization is essentially a knowledge-centered civilization. Many disciplines of knowledge and science have come into existence under it. Through these disciplines, India has created its unique identity as Vishwaguru. Since ancient times, there is a growing popularity of Ayurveda, Yoga, and Vedanta in today's world. These ancient disciplines of Indian heritage are now being recognized as alternative systems of knowledge representing healthy, well-balanced being. The present age is an era of emergent civilization and cultural consciousness. This is the point where I want to build. In this context, we are reminded of a sensational thesis put forth by Samuel Huntington about 3 decades ago in his book entitled The Clash of Civilizations and the Remaking of the World Order in 1996. He asserted that there is a strong possibility of a civilizational clash in near future. The cultural and religious identities of the people will be primary source of conflict in this new era. Huntington confidently predicted that there will be a sharp conflict between the West and the rest. More prominently, he said, this clash will be between Western Christianity and resurgent Islam. These are his words. And as both Christianity and Islam are proselytizing religions, they assert their exclusive right to truth and are intolerant of others. This is a fact. They tend to divide humanity into two mutually exclusive groups of believers and non-believers. Indic civilization is inherently inclusive in nature. As regard to the Abrahamic civilization, this is our quality of our civilization. It is inclusive in its Dharma traditions are committed to pluralistic vision of truth and reality. It has a long tradition of intra-civilizational dialogue. Today, the well-wishers of humanity feel very much concerned about the threat of this clash of civilization and are looking for a way to avoid it. There is only one imaginable counter-response to this clash, and that is dialogue and understanding. It is only through dialogue between different civilizations and cultures a way of peaceful coexistence can be found. Here, the Indic civilization and its Dharma traditions have a vital role to play. Indic civilization has emerged as a knowledge-centered civilization in its basic form. Within it, many domains of knowledge have come into existence, asserting their original identity. The unifying cosmic consciousness of reality, that is Satyam, and all-pervading universal order inherent in it, that is called Rhythm. So Satyam and Rhythm, these are two conceptualizations of our civilization, and they create a meta-narrative of our civilization. हमारे सभ्यता की जो महाकथा है, उसका निर्माण ये वैदिक कंसेप्चुअलाइजेशन है, रितम और सत्यम. कितनी सिंपल सी बात है, लेकिन इसमें कितना हमारी जो सभ्यता है उसका मर्म छिपा हुआ है. क्योंकि अगर हमारे भर्तृहरि जी ने कहा था कि जो अपनी परंपरा को ही जानता है वो अपनी परंपरा को भी नहीं जानता, क्योंकि हमें अपने साथ की दूसरी परंपराओं के संदर्भ में हमें अपने आप को डिफाइन करना पड़ता है. तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि आज हमें अपनी इंडिक सिविलाइजेशन की जो आइडेंटिटी है, उसकी जो कंप्लीट उसकी कॉन्फ़िगरेशन है, उसको कंपैरेटिवली अब्राहमिक सिविलाइजेशन के साथ मिलाकर देखने की ज़रूरत है. तो इसमें तो हम कहेंगे कि जो हमारी जो सिविलाइजेशन है वो नॉलेज सेंटर्ड है, लेकिन अब्राहमिक जो रिलीजन्स हैं दे आर फेथ बेस्ड. दिस इज़ द बेसिक डिफरेंस. So you will find that in Christianity and in Bible and Quran, we find commandments. But this is not the case with our knowledge texts. In the Rig Veda, from Rig Veda to Guru Granth Sahib, in our knowledge texts, we do not call our, इनको हम scripture नहीं कहते. In our traditions, we have knowledge texts, because they participate in the total conceptualization of reality. I would like to share my views particularly relating to Dharma perspective of Sikh tradition. Guru Nanak Dev is the first Guru and founder of Sikhism, but apart from being founder of a new Panth, Guru Nanak Dev is also one of the prominent medieval saint poets who imbibed the spirit of Renaissance. heralded by pan-Indian Bhakti movement during the Middle Ages. The eventful era of Indian history signifies a powerful moment of cultural awakening and self-assertion of the Indian mind after centuries of subjugation and suppression at the hands of alien Turk, Afghan, and Mongol invaders and mostly tyrant rulers. The saint poets and gurus emerged on this scene as saviors of perennial values and humanitarian concerns of our civilization and culture. Their primary source of inspiration was classical wisdom of Indic tradition lying dormant in folk mind. They propagated the message of spiritual enlightenment in the prevalent language, Lok Bhasha. They propagated and resulted in rekindling the integrating and liberating power of universal love in proper consciousness. In Guru Nanak's poetry, we come across Gavo Geet na Birhada, Nanak Brahma Vicharo. So Guru Nanak says about his Vani, Guru Nanak Vani, what is Vani? He says that what I sing is not a poem. It is not. Gavo Geet na Birhada, Nanak Brahma Vicharo. Similarly, Bhakt Kabir also says, Log jane, eho geet hai, e to Brahma vichar. So what is Brahma? Actually, Brahma is the prime symbol of our civilization. As Swamiji has said in the previous keynote session, Brahm is not a simple word. It is a prime symbol. So what is Brahm? Brahm की तीन परिभाषाएं मैं आपको देता हूँ. एक तो है ब्रीह्यते इति ब्रह्म. This is the dictionary meaning. ब्रह्म वह है जो बढ़ के फैल गया, expanding reality. दूसरा है सर्वम खलु इदम ब्रह्म. तीसरा है सत्यम ज्ञानम अनंतम ब्रह्म. तो ये ब्रह्म की जो अवधारणा है, the conceptualization of ब्रह्म is the concept of ultimate reality. It is different from the Abrahamic conceptualization of God, Allah, Yahweh, which is monotheistic God living somewhere else. So that is why the religious traditions belonging to the Abrahamic civilization are called faith-based. अगर faith करोगे तो बात आगे चलेगी, अगर faith नहीं करोगे तो बात आगे नहीं बढ़ेगी. This is not the case with our Dharma traditions. Our Dharma traditions are meditation on the cosmic reality. So this is the main difference between the two traditions. In his philosophical quest for knowledge, Guru Nanak employs a mode of communication and expression. His Bani seems to be a constant creative dialogue with Indian tradition as well as with contemporary reality. तो गुरु नानक वाणी को मैंने पढ़ते हुए देखा कि पहले शुरू में जो मूल मंत्र को आप देख लीजिए. आई एम सॉरी, मेरा इंग्लिश में थोड़ा हाथ तंग है, सो मैं हिंदी में बात करता हूँ. तो उसमें आता है कि एक ओंकार सतनाम कर्ता पुरख निर्भव निर्वैर अकाल मूरत आयुनी सैभन. व्हाट इज दिस? ये गुरु ग्रंथ साहब की शुरुआत है. तो इसमें जितनी भी टर्म्स हैं सारी हमारी वेदांत से हैं. एक ओंकार सतनाम कर्ता पुरख निर्भव. तो मुझे फौरन ऋग्वेद की एक नासदीय सूक्त याद आ गया, जिसका मैंने पंजाबी और हिंदी में काव्य अनुवाद किया है. ना सदासीनो सदासी तदानीम नसीद रजोनो व्योमा परोजत किम आवरीवा कुकस्य शर्मन्नभा किम आसीत गहनम गभीरम न मृत्यु आसीत अमृतम न तरही न रात्र्याहन आसीत प्रकेता. यहाँ बात आती है आनीत वातम स्वध्या तद एकम, कि जब ये ना तो दिन था ना रात थी, और ना सत्य था ना असत्य था, तो तब क्या था? तब वो एक था जो बिना श्वास के सांस लेता, वो एक था। तस्माधानेन परा किंच, उसके बिना कोई दूसरा नहीं था। तो ये बात स्वाध्याय मीन्स सैभंग और एक मीन्स दी वन टोटल रियलिटी। अब मैं इसकी बात करूंगा कि हमारी जो चिंतन परंपरा है, जिसमें गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब और ऋग्वेद की एक साम्यता है, उस बात को आज हमें समझने की ज़रूरत है, हमें भी समझने की ज़रूरत है। आज हमें जो पंजाब में अलगाववाद की बातें नज़र आती हैं, हम पढ़ते नहीं हैं। मैं तो 60 साल से, जब मैंने गुरबाणी पे रिसर्च किया से 52 वर्ष पहले, उसी वक्त मुझे पता चल गया था कि गुरु नानक बाणी को समझने के लिए भारतीय दर्शन का ज्ञान होना चाहिए, और भारतीय दर्शन का ज्ञान हासिल करने के लिए संस्कृत पढ़नी ज़रूरी है। इसकी मैं एक मिसाल देता हूँ। इंग्लिश में मैंने पढ़ा, मूल मंत्र का मैंने इंग्लिश में ट्रांसलेशन पढ़ा, एक ओंकार, उसका लिखा गॉड इज़ वन। ये गॉड कहाँ से आ गया? हमारा तो ओंकार मीन्स, ओंकार तो ब्रह्म का एक सिंबल है, प्रतीक है। ब्रह्म इज नॉट गॉड। ओंकार और ब्रह्म ये तो अल्टीमेट रियलिटी है। तो इस बात को मैंने समझा, और फिर मैंने देखा कि हमारी ट्रेडिशन की दो बातें हैं। एक तो है कि वो बहुलतावादी है, प्लूरलिस्टिक है, और उसकी शुरुआत ऋग्वेद से होती है, एकम सद विप्रा बहुधा वदंती। तो गुरु नानक देव जी भी अपनी भाषा में यही कहते हैं। वो कहते हैं, एका सुरति जेते हैं जी, सुरति भी होना कोई न की, जेही सुरत तेहा तिन राह। गुरु जी कहते हैं कि सभी जीवों की, हम मानव की बात नहीं करते, जैसे राम माधव जी ने कहा कि हमारी जो ईस्टर्न ह्यूमनिज्म है वो मैन सेंटर्ड नहीं है, तो हम तो जीव केंद्रित हैं। तो गुरु नानक देव जी भी कहते हैं कि एक का सुरति जेते हैं जी, सुरत भी होना कोई ना की, जेही सुरत तेहा तिन रहा। और गुरु गोविंद सिंह कहते हैं, आप अपनी बुद्धि है जेती, वर्णत भिन्न भिन्न तो है तेती। हम तो प्लूरलिज्म को मान के चलते हैं कि अगर हम एक सत्य को मानते हैं, उस सत्य के अनेकों रास्ते हो सकते हैं। उस विद्वान विप्र लोग उसको अनेक नामों से पुकार सकते हैं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। तो इसलिए हमारे पास हमारी सभ्यता की चारों जो धार्मिक परंपराएं हैं, इनका ये एक बुनियादी सिद्धांत है प्लूरलिज्म, और दूसरा इंक्लूसिविज्म। ये किसी का नहीं। और सिविलाइजेशन को देख लो, सर्वसमावेशी दृष्टि केवल हमारी सभ्यता के पास है कि हम दूसरे के दूसरेपन को मिटाना नहीं चाहते। हम कहते हैं कि आप अपने जैसे रहो, लेकिन हमें भी तो अपने जैसा रहने दो। हमारा भी उतना ही राइट है जितना तुम्हारा है। अब मैं ये कोई डिफेंसिव के रूप में नहीं कह रहा हूँ, ये तो एक ऐसी दृष्टि है जो आज संसार के सभी मज़हबों को, रिलीजन्स को सीखनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि आज हम जिस संसार में रह रहे हैं वो मल्टी कल्चरल, मल्टी लिंगुअल, मल्टी रिलीजियस है। उसमें अगर पीसफुल कोएग्जिस्टेंस की हमें तलाश करनी है तो हमें प्लूरलिस्टिक एंड इंक्लूसिविस्ट दृष्टि ही हमें अपनानी होगी। बल्कि हमारे जो शास्त्र हैं वो तो इससे भी आगे जाते हैं। हमारे लिए जो अदर है वो दुश्मन नहीं है, अदर हमारे लिए मित्र है। तो मैं गुरु अर्जन देव जी की वाणी पढ़ रहा था। वो कहते हैं कि गुरु अर्जन देव जी के, मैंने ना कोई मेरा दुश्मन रहा, ना हम किसके बैराई, ब्रह्म पसार पसार्यो भीतर, सतगुर ते सोझी पाई, सबको मीत हम आपन कीना, हम सबना के साजन। तो मैंने यजुर्वेद का मंत्र मेरे सामने आ गया, उसमें आता है मित्रस्य चक्षुषा सर्वाणी भूतानि समीक्षन्ताम, कि सभी दुनिया के सभी जीव मुझे मित्र की नज़र से देखें और मैं सभी जीवों को मित्र की नज़र से देखूं। तो ये हमारा जो हमारी इंडिक सिविलाइजेशन है उसकी सभी जो धार्मिक परंपराएं हैं उनके पास सिविलाइजेशनल क्लैश का प्रति उत्तर है। ये हमारी कंट्रीब्यूशन होगी ह्यूमैनिटी को। और ईस्टर्न जो हमारा ह्यूमनिज्म है उसमें तो हमारी सभ्यता ही प्रोमिनेंट ट्रेडिशन है और ये एक ऐसी ह्यूमैनिटेरियन वर्ल्ड व्यू हमें देती है जिसकी आज के संसार को बेहद ज़रूरी है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Professor Jaspir Singh ji. So he has actually characterized the concept of the new era. When he says that, says about the plurality or pluralism, so actually the modern era was centralist and the new era is pluralistic. So meta-narratives, if I understand him well, and he has mentioned about class of civilizations and the he has referred the great book of the 20th century, The Class of Civilizations. And naturally, Karl Marx thought that classes can be on economic basis, but Samuel Huntington, he thought that classes, the world conflicts will be on the basis of the civilization. So there is a clear-cut paradigm shift, and he has tried to streamline, and moreover, very many things he spoke, which is very philosophical. When he talks about the distinction between the Brahma and God. So naturally, I think in Advaitic terminology, a cosmic God is Brahma and the cosmic Brahma is God. So they are one. So thank you very much. So I have pleasure to invite Dr. Kitinov from Associate Professor of Russian Academy of Sciences. And we have got 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say that I am really grateful to organizers for inviting me to participate at such important scientific event. And many years ago, I came to India to study Buddhism. I came to Dharamsala and spent one academic over there. And I'm really proud to be here now at this conference dedicated to Dharma Dhamma issues. And so also let me to turn your attention from philosophical field to the historical, current, and perspective one. So my presentation is titled Buddhism in Russia, the Historical Basis and the Role of India in its Revitalization. So it's possible to switch on my presentation.
there should be my presentation over here. Okay? Okay, let me begin. It's widespread opinion. No, it should be. Not this one. Okay. Unfortunately, something happened, and I thought that it would be independent of me, this using of presentation, and I will read from my screen. But anyhow, it's possible also to use this one. So what about Buddhism in Russia? In Russia, we have 4 regions where population traditionally follow Buddhism. So, okay, it is from the left to right. Kalmyk Republic on the Caspian Sea, and then Tuva Republic, Buryat Republic, and Altai region. To this, but if we say about Buddhism in Russia, when did it come? If we concern the Empire period and Soviet period, it came at about 4th or 5th century AD, and it was a region of modern Tajikistan. If we say about the territory of the current Russian Federation, we could speak about Bokhai state. Bokhai state was, it was a state, it is time of this existence. So from the 7th or 8th century AD, Buddhism appeared at the Russian Far East, and it happened on the territory of Bokhai, and it was the Chinese Buddhism. Concerning people which follow now in Russia Buddhism, first of all, we should say about Oirat people, that means Kalmyk people, who accepted Buddhism at about the Buddhism, especially teaching of Gelug tradition, I mean, the yellow Buddhism. It happened about the end of 16th century, from that time. And it was Oirat people who helped His Holiness the 5th Dalai Lama to become the spiritual and first of all the secular ruler of Tibet. And so at this picture you could see statues of the 5th Dalai Lama and the Kalmyk or Oirat Gushi Khan, who helped him, and it happened in 1642. Oirats were Buddhists, and they established 3 independent states in Eurasia. For example, at this map, you could see this on the left high level. It is written Kolmak Turgut, and in Seta you could see from left also to right, Kontashe, Ren, Kontashe, Elut. Elut, it is another name for Oirat people. And on the right lower side, you could see Kalmak Kokonor. So 3 states were established, and they all were Buddhist states. What about Kalmyk Republic, which now is part of Russia? Here you could see this yellow marked territory. It was a territory of Kalmyk Khanate, which also followed Buddhism. So Kalmyks appeared in Russia at the end of first third of 17th century. And they migrated from the South Siberia via Ural Mountains, Ural River, to Volga River, to Caspian Sea, and to North Caucasus. From that time and up to now, there is a region. It is in Russia, we call it Republic, in administrative division, which population followed Tibetan Buddhism, as I said, from the end of 16th century. Here you could see a Kalmyk tent, and Caspian region is rich in Buddhist history. Here you could see the centuries when Buddhism covered Asia in a huge territory. And every time Caspian region was like one of centers of Buddhism. And the third wave of Buddhism appeared there, as I told, from time when Kalmyks came to this part of Caspian region. And during the first wave, it was Indian Buddhism. During second wave, it was Tibetan Buddhism. And during Mongolian dynasty of Ilkhanids, it was a bit Indian Buddhism from Kashmir, for instance, Tibetan Buddhism, a bit Chinese Buddhism. And if you say about Tibetan Buddhism, it was Kagyu, different schools of Kagyu tradition. Another nation which follow Buddhism in Russia called Buryat. Buryat live near Baikal Lake, and it is also shown here, which when Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism of Gelug tradition was penetrated to this nation. And from 1764 and up to now, the head of Buryat Buddhist community has been the high spiritual person with the title Pandita Hambulama. So at this map, you could see this Baikal region with temples which were established by Buryats. Another nations, they are Tuvans and Altai, people of Altai region. And so Tuva, what is interesting concerning these people, they are not of Mongolian origin like Kalmyks and the Buryats, but of Turkish origin. So we could say that these nations, Tuvans and which live in Altai region, they are the only Turkic people who follow Buddhism. What about the presence of these nations within Russian Empire and then Russia, Soviet Russia and Russian Federation? During Tsarist time, the state supported Buddhists. For instance, here you could see the famous Kalmyk rule elected after the war with Napoleon in 1917, when Kalmyk troops were among the first Russian troops which entered to Paris, and after that big back, they elected this famous Khoshut rule. And another one, it is also quite famous Russian city, Stavropol city, which also was, it was the territory where Kalmyk nomads had their camps. During Soviet power, Buddhism was prohibited, and actually it was said that only Buryat nation, they follow Buddhism, and others are like atheists. But anyhow, from the end of 80s of last century, Buddhism had new revival, and it began with the visit of the known Ladakh Lama, former ambassador of India in Mongolia, Kushabhau Rinpoche. And a bit later, His Holiness the Dalai Lama visited Kalmyk lands, and later he visited other regions with Buddhist populations. And also Buddhism had quite, strong, anyhow, it had some influence on Russian culture, on literature, on artists and so on. For instance, about Buddhism, we could find mentions about Buddhism in Pushkin's famous Russian poet works. It was written about by Leo Tolstoy, and the famous family of Rerich, who lived in Himachal Pradesh, and who also are well known in Indian culture, in science, and as well as in Russian one. And Russian emperors, they allowed people to follow Buddhism, and it was supported on the state level. For instance, the necessity and interest of a royal family to establish stronger connections with Buddhist world appeared, for instance, in this temple in St. Petersburg, which was erected and opened for the ceremony when Romanov dynasty celebrated 300 years of rule over Russia. So this temple is has more than 1 century history. Just recently, I could say a bit more than a month ago, first Buddhist temple was erected in Moscow. Here you could see it is its outer look, and inside you could see a Buddha statue and statue of Kushabhau Rinpoche. What is important to say that it is, this temple is a creature of different followers of different traditions of Buddhism. You could see, for instance, Buddha, statue of Buddha. It was made in Sri Lanka and was brought to Moscow. Also, at the consecration ceremony, it was a monk from Sri Lanka, along with our other monks from Buryat Republic, Kalmyk Republic, Tuva Republic, and Altai Republic. So, Russian Buddhists follow Tibetan Buddhism, mainly Gelug tradition. Also, Theravada Buddhism, as you could see here, also is welcomed over there. And the people in Russia also, for instance, they also partly accepted Buddhism, and in many cities, in many towns, in many regions of Russia, you could find Buddhist communities. For instance, this photo of Russian Buddhists made in Krasnoyarsk city, South Siberia, where just recently, 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, this 2-meter statue of Amitabha Buddha was erected. And just a bit about like how Buddhism looks like now in regions. So it is temple in Kalmyk Republic. Also this you could see in Kalmyk Republic. And just recently, 15 meters high Maitreya Buddha statue was erected in Lagan town. It is North Caspian region. Also, a 15 meters high Buddha was opened just recently in Tuva Republic. It was first it was Maitreya, and it is Buddha Shakyamuni. Also, this temple you could see in Tuva Republic. The new book, the new module subject for schools now is in Russian primary school for about 10 years. And for instance, you could see on the first picture the book where the main author is me and 2 my colleagues. So we wrote about also about the influence of Indian Buddhism on the development of Buddhism in Russia. Here you could see a photo what was made in Kalmyk Republic when this school pupil visited a Buddhist temple and their conversations with lamas. And what we could say now, I would like to say now that it seems that it is time for revival of Buddhism, because of course during last, I could say, century and a bit more, Buddhism had different times of in its development, in its flourishing, I could say. And now we face with a situation when this religion needs some help from outside. And we could say that there are 2 sides of revitalization process, regular and secular and religious. The secular implies the sphere of political, economic, social relations, and religious covers the sacred area. And usually in the process of revitalization, the ratio of the secular and the religious is determined based on the task set. So which aims should be achieved? In the religious sphere, the achievement by Buddhism of a state sufficient for its stable development and manifestation in social, economic, cultural, and other spheres. Primarily, of course, on the local spheres, on the republic level. In political sphere, optimization of relations and ties with the countries which could be counted as belonging to the Buddhist culture and civilizations. In the economic and social spheres, the organization of production, including the restoration of the former ones, which disappeared or became limited, with the participation of the private and state capital, the involvement of the human resources from the countries such as India, China, Mongolia, Sri Lanka, and other countries of Buddhist civilizations. And of course, there are it could be many projects, for instance, joint scientific, educational, and so on. And what I would like to say shortly that Russia has at least 12th century history of Buddhism. And it was different Buddhism. It was Buddhism of Theravada tradition, Mahayana tradition. It was Chinese Buddhism, pure Indian Buddhism, if we say about empire and Soviet period. It is Tibetan Buddhism. And all these centuries, people believed Buddha's teaching. And even during Oirat's period, Oirat's history, there was period which scholars say that it was Indian somewhere in Oirat history. But now Buddhism faces with some problems. And perhaps inner sources for revival are limited. I mean, it could be the need for outer assistance. And this way, India could help with its old history. So, I mean history concerning Buddhism. And finally, I would like to say that, so just let me see. So, and I would like to say that support in the revitalization of Buddhism as an integral part of the Russian culture and civilization will elevate to a higher level of development of Russia's relations with the societies and states of Indo-Buddhist culture and civilization. Recovery of the semantic configurations and system cultural designs of the local Buddhist culture potentially could produce a significant impact on the revival of religious and the ethnic traditions of the Russian peoples like Kalmyks, Buryats, Tuvyans, Altai people, will allow in lower cost to solve the issues of social, economic, and cultural development in the relevant administrative entities and keep their Buddhist identity. Confessional and civilizational potential of Buddhism also in terms of revitalization reveals the new conceptual solutions for forecasting and planning of the necessary acts and processes to determine the variability of the economic and other practices in all the regional communities, to predict a meaningful impact on Russian cooperation with India and other countries of the Buddhist civilization. Shortly, in a few words, I would like to say what I would like to say in my presentation, that it would be helpful for presence of Buddhism in Russian regions. I mean, first of all, these pointed republics. The constant presence of Indian spirituality, of course, first of all, Buddhist spirituality. And it could be the real step in revitalization of Buddhism, because I believe that such countries, such huge countries like some countries, and first of all India, the native land of Buddha, could be interested in the revival of Buddhism among those nations which follow it from several centuries ago. And really, I'm proud that it happened in our time, and we could do our best for that. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much. Hopefully we are on time, 5 minutes late. I must thank all the speakers, all the participants, and I had intention to get some questions and give the presidential address. But due to time constraint, and I stick to the time, and only one question for 2-3 minutes or comments, so that it should not go one way. So anybody who is, I can invite if you do not raise your hand. Hopefully Professor Ramnath Jha should give a brief comment on the whole deliberation, not lengthy one, only 2-3 minutes. Please do come. He is a professor in JNU, yes please. That will end the session. He is a Sanskrit scholar and eminent professor of JNU, and he is very dedicated to philosophy too. So welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. In the whole session, I think a clear picture has come before us. Professor David Frawley and Professor Jasveer Singh ji both have presented the clear view of Indian tradition. And in that perspective, if we try to understand humanism, then that will be fruitful, that will be helping to understand the unifying principle of this universe. Because without understanding the unifier, we cannot understand the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Our seers go ahead, Yatra Vishwam Bhavatyek Needam. Not only this earth, the whole universe is a nest where we live together. So this kind of understanding is possible if we understand the unifier of this whole creation. And this thought came very clearly, and what we want to propose or want to spread a very special kind of thought India has developed. This is the only solution where we can go beyond the class, the civilizational class, go beyond the war, what we are facing now. And we can live together in our family. We can also stick to our own daily routine. We can relate everything all together. Actually, the term ecology, this term also emerged. This term ecology was developed in 1866 by German biologist Ernest Haeckel. So before that, there was only human-centric mind. Only human being is consciousness, other than human being is non-consciousness. So to bridge gap between human being and other than human being, this term was coined by a German biologist. And from that time, a relationship was established between human being and other human being. But in India, right from the beginning, we believe Bahushyam Prajayaya, Eko Deva Sarva Bhuteshu Gudha. So the same principle manifests in all these creations, and by manifesting itself, tat srishtva tadevanupravishat. It is there. As Swami Mitrananda ji said, there is no difference between creator and creation. So this kind of understanding, if we forward, then we can truly lead our life to our goal, what we are trying to mean. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you
for
very
giving me
much.
this opportunity.
In
Namaste.
nutshell, we can say that the clash of civilization can be avoided if we practice humanism. So hopefully this session ends. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। इस वैचारिक प्रवाह के बाद आप सभी आज के सांस्कृतिक संध्या में आमंत्रित हैं। आप कृपया अपने स्थान पर ही बने रहें। हम अपने सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम को शुरू करने जा रहे हैं और इस सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम के संचालन के लिए मैं नेहा और अंकित को आमंत्रित करूंगा कि वो आएं और मंच को आगे बढ़ाएं।
One small announcement related to tomorrow's program. Tomorrow the session will begin at 9:30 a.m. sharp here in this hall. So we request everyone to please be ready at your hotels. Vehicles will be available for you at your hotels. 9:30, plenary session 2 will begin. Then we will have plenary session 4 and 5 also in this session.
बाहुल का प्रदर्शन करना लोक जाति द्वारा ये की जाने वाली हुक्का हरवक्का टेरर का नृत्य किया जाता है। भगवान श्री कृष्ण के विभिन्न लीलाओं से सुसज्जित आई दीवारी पाहुनी की टेर पर हर्षोल्लास के साथ किए जाने वाले नृत्य यह अहिर नृत्य महाकौशल की सिरमौर मध्य प्रदेश की लोक संस्कृति की पहचान बन गई है, जो युवा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय नृत्य प्रतिस्पर्धा में 3 बार चयन हुआ है।
this won't take so long time, so please maintain the rhythm.
Hello, check. Hello, check sound. Hello.
जाहिर डांस का परिकल्पना व संयोजन सज्जन कुमार ध्रुवे जी के द्वारा किया गया है। शैलेंद्र कुमार ध्रुवे, शैलेंद्र कुमार पांडे, माफ़ी चाहेंगे, शैलेंद्र कुमार पांडे जी के द्वारा इसका संयोजन किया गया है। हम लोग इसका आनंद लेंगे।
Dance is not only a performance, it's a feeling, it's an expression of our Indian culture, customs, traditions.
Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check.
Hello. महाकौशल अंचल के यादव जाति के लोगों द्वारा कार्तिक माह की अमावस्या से अहीर लोक नृत्य की शुरुआत होती है। पुरुष टोली बनाकर गांव-गांव जाकर नृत्य करते हैं। हाथों में डंडा लिए, फरसा लिए, गांव की सुख समृद्धि की कामना लिए घूम कर नृत्य करते हैं। वही पिरामिड बनाकर अपने बाहुबल का प्रदर्शन करते हैं। इस नृत्य में आपको भगवान श्री कृष्ण की विभिन्न लीलाओं के दर्शन भी मिलेंगे। भगवान श्री कृष्ण की माखन चोरी का दृश्य, कालिया मर्दन दृश्य, महाभारत के रथ का दृष्टांत और भी बहुत सारी लीलाएं भगवान श्री कृष्ण की हमने इसमें समाहित की है। चूंकि यादव जाति के लोग भगवान श्री कृष्ण को अपना आराध्य और स्वयं को उनका वंशज मानते हैं और संपूर्ण यादव जाति के लोग दीपावली की अमावस्या से इस नृत्य को हर्षोल्लास के साथ कर आनंदित होते हैं। पगड़ी बांधकर, हाथों में डंडे लेकर, बाने झाले पहनकर नृत्य को करते हैं। हेलो 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 check 1. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. 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 Hello, hello. Hello, hello. 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 आप सभी को भारत माता की, हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर नमस्कार करते हैं और मध्य प्रदेश की ठेठ लोक संस्कृति का परिचायक महाकौशल अंचल का सुप्रसिद्ध लोक नृत्य अहीर आप सभी के समक्ष प्रस्तुत है। निवेदन है कि तालियों से आशीर्वाद कलाकारों को प्रदान करें। आपकी तालियां हमारे लिए आशीर्वाद का काम कर रही हैं। तो लीजिए, प्रस्तुत है महाकौशल का अहीर नृत्य। तो जेठ दिवारी होत तीरे भैया, हर जेठई पुजत ती गाय रे, हर मां चंडी को साथ लेके हर नाचे पूत अहीर के। दिवारी पाहुनी और लाई दिया मैं दे, और मैया चंडी आ गई रे माई की, सो अब काहे की दे। तो वृंदावन रस्तों भरी क्या होने लगी अनरी, हर तनक दही के कारण मरी।
अरे तनक दही के कारण भैया,
और तनक दही के कारण मरी के भैया कहे अहीर भैया। लचकत आवे कावेरी रे, सो छलकत आवे दूध, और बैठी रानी देखती ही रे।
अरे कहाँ बैठी भैया?
अरे ये बैठी, अरे बैठी रानी देखती ही रे कि हम हैं अहीर के पूत भैया। राधा बैठी बिरहुली सोखिर का खेलन जाए और ते फटकारे बेजना मोरी शरत भिड़ा दई गाल भैया तो तुम छिगुरी पर्वत धरो और हम तुमको द्रग खो। और अब तुम्हें बताओ श्याम जू हर कौन में कितो जो हर गिरना पड़े गिरधारी हमारा गिरना पड़े हर गिरना पड़े गिरधारी हमारा मोनो मन खो मारो हमारा गिरना पड़े हर एक हाथ हरी मुरली समारे हरी मुरली समारे एक हाथ हरी मुरली समारे हरी मुरली समारे दूजे पे पर्वत धरो हमारा गिरना पड़े हर गिरना पड़े गिरधारी हमारा गिरना पड़े हर गिरना पड़े गिरधारी हमारा। अरे अर्जुन के रथ पे थारे कन्हैया अर्जुन के रथ पे थारे कन्हैया हाथ लए मुरली और दाबे है डोर घोड़ा चले है पवन की शोर अर्जुन के रथ पे थारे कन्हैया अर्जुन के रथ पे थारे कन्हैया हाथ लए मुरली और दाबे है डोर घोड़ा चले है पवन की। तो चार मिले चौसर खिले हैं और तीन करें बरजोर और तुलसी ऐसे मिलन खो अरे कह गए हैं 64 करोड़ लो भैया हमारा बारो कन्हैया नदान मचल रहो अगना में हमारा बारो कन्हैया नदान मचल रहो अगना में अरे टोपी ना पहने झंगुरिया ना पहने टोपी ना अरे टोपी ना पहने झंगुरिया ना पहने टोपी ना पहने झंगुरिया ना पहने आने सबरक में चेला सबरक में तो सबरक में करे हैं रात मचल रहो अगना मोर बारो कन्हैया नदान मचल रहो अगना में अरे रे कन्हैया कन्हैया रे कन्हैया मोर बारो हरे कृष्ण भगवान की। तो बड़ा हुआ सो क्या हुआ कि जैसे पेड़ खजूर और पत्ती को छाया नहीं
अरे पत्ती को भैया
हाँ और पत्ती को छाया नहीं के बल्ला गे अति दूर का भैया।
Thank you, dear, for creating a heavenly atmosphere in this place.
ऊर्जावर्धक नृत्य देखने के बाद हमें लगता है कि हम सब के अंदर एक ऊर्जा का प्रस्फुटन हुआ है। Next.
Now I would now hold your breath for the next performance, that is Kudumb Baja dance.
पारंपरिक धुलिया जनजाति के गुदुम बाजा नृत्य दल जो आज जिसका नृत्य संयोजन सज्जन कुमार जी के द्वारा किया गया है। गुदुम बाजा मध्य प्रदेश के डिंडौरी, मंडला, अनूपपुर एवं शहडोल आदि जिलों में रहने वाले आदिवासियों का अत्यंत प्रिय एवं पारंपरिक वाद्य है। गुदुम बाजा के साथ किए जाने वाले मध्य प्रदेश के बैगा व गोंड जनजातियों के नृत्य का आकर्षक लगने वाला जो आदिवासी समाज के बड़े सम्मान के साथ गुदुम दल अपना नृत्य करते हैं। इसका आज का जो मुख्य आकर्षक विषय है वह है अगवानी नृत्य। अगवानी नृत्य बारात लड़की पक्ष के घर पहुंचने के बाद बारात लगते समय आगमनी नृत्य होता है। आगमनी नृत्य, गुदुम बाजा नृत्य। हम इनका स्वागत करते हैं करकल ध्वनि से। गुदुम बाजा नृत्य।
Please make a round of applause.
चेक, हेलो हेलो, चेक वन, हेलो हेलो हेलो, चेक, ठीक है।
Thank you for amazing performance. You all put your heart and soul into it.
सहनाई, मजीरा, डफला एवं टिमरी से आप समझ सकते हैं कि पारंपरिक लोक नृत्य कितना एक तरीके से हमारे पास अद्भुत है और संरक्षित है अभी तक। हम इन सभी को एक तरीके से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करेंगे कि इन्होंने इतना सुंदर अभी तक अपने पास संरक्षण करके रखा हुआ है
और इतनी अच्छी प्रस्तुति दी है। We all have a special affinity towards our culture and traditions. Our ancestor has a different forms and arts to tell their stories and convey their feeling and emotion, and dance is one of them. So I would like to invite our next performance, Narda Utsav, that is to represent a beautiful culture by way of dance.
माँ नर्मदा आराधना उत्सव, ये अगला प्रस्तुति है जो हमारे महाकौशल के अहिर डांस के जो ग्रुप थी उनके द्वारा। जी, आपका स्वागत है मंच पर करकल ध्वनि से।
The stage is yours.
हेलो, चेक वन, साउंड तो उसका बढ़ाओ। हेलो हेलो चेक, हेलो चेक वन, और बढ़ाओ। हेलो चेक चेक, हेलो, ठीक है। हेलो चेक, एक है जी, देखो एक है जी। हाँ ठीक है, एक है जी, देखो 3 नंबर एक है जी। हेलो हेलो चेक वन, ठीक है ठीक है, बोलो। हेलो हेलो check.
हेलो, तो आइए हम आपको मां नर्मदा के तट की ओर लिए चलते हैं। जबाली ऋषि की तपोभूमि पर बसा है जबलपुर, और जबलपुर ग्रामीण अंचल के लोग जब मेले के लिए जाते हैं तो बम्बुलिया गाते हुए भगवान शिव की मां नर्मदा की आराधना करते हुए महिलाएं मेले में जाती हैं। महिला पुरुषों की आपसी नोकझोंक भी आपको इस नृत्य में देखने को मिलेगी। तो लीजिए हम मां नर्मदा के तट की ओर आपको लिए चलते हैं, जहां से महिलाएं मां नर्मदा की आराधना करते हुए बम्बुलिया गाते हुए अपने मेले की ओर प्रस्थान कर रही हैं। तो लीजिए प्रस्तुत है बुंदेली उत्सव। बस गई ओही तना पहले बार की गोरी तना मोर मन बस गई ओही तना मोहे मोहे खबा गई बाभूजे चना मोर मन बस गई ओही तना पहले बार की गोरी तना
मोर मन बस गई ओही तना
हो डंक बिछुआन मारो एक ओर से हो डंक बिछुआन मारो एक ओर से काटो मोहे बड़ी जोर से हो डंक बिछुआन मारो एक ओर से काटो मोहे बड़ी जोर से हो सो डंक मोहे दे मारो बेरी बिछुआ कारो कारो जाने कहाँ गौ दई मारो सो डंक मोहे दे मारो बेरी बिछुआ कारो कारो जाने कहाँ गौ दई मारो चल गो चुनरिया की छोर से काटो मोहे बड़ी जोर से डंक बिछुआन मारो एक ओर से काटो मोहे बड़ी जोर से गोरी रे ओ गोरी हो दिया घी के जला अरे आ गए ले बउआ तोरे बाल ए गुइया आ गए ले बउआ तोरे बाल है माँ
चला रे
ए चला हो कर लो सिंगार अरे संग ही चलेंगे तोरे बाल ए गुइया संग ही चलेंगे तोरे बाल चले बसंती बयार गोरी जीरा मोरो ललचानो चले बसंती बयार गोरी जीरा मोरो ललचानो अरे लाले चुनरिया फूलो वारी
लाले चुनरिया फूलो वारी
अरे बहन का घरिया जामत वारी
बहन गंगरिया जामत वारी
अरे लचके कमर हर बार गोरी जीरा मोरो ललचानो
अरे लचके कमर हर बार गोरी जिया मरोल चालो
चले बसंती बयार गोरी जीरा मोरो ललचानो चले बसंती बयार गोरी जीरा मोरो ललचानो अरे काय बजी कौन गाती रे
भैया तुम्हारे गाती
अरे काय बजी कौन गाती रे
भैया तुम्हारे गाती
अरे काय बजी कौन गाती रे तो लीजिए अब हम आपको बुंदेलखंड के एक और सुप्रसिद्ध लोक नृत्य बधाई की ओर लिए चल रहे हैं मैम प्लीज
Hello.
Hello.
Wow,
Check.
what an incredible young dancers we have really held everyone captivated.
Hello.
Now,
Check.
by their rapid movements,
Check.
so give him a
Hello.
round
Check.
of applause, please,
Check one. Check one.
and appreciate their
one.
efforts.
One.
Now, to represent our
Hello.
Indian regional,
Hello. Check. Hello.
to represent our Indian regional art
Hello.
and culture. Now, I would like to
Check.
invite
Hello.
our next troupe, Badhai troupe.
Hello. Check. Hey.
अंतिम और आखिरी
This is
Hey,
last
check.
performance.
Hello.
Kindly welcome them energetically.
Hello. Check. One. check. Hello. Hey, check.
उत्साह में थोड़ी सी कमी दिख रही है, तो हम इनका स्वागत करते हैं करकल ध्वनि से।
हेलो।
सर ये तालियां थोड़ी सी कमजोर सी लग रही हैं। क्या बात है, आपका सभी का शुक्रिया। क्योंकि कलाकार के लिए तालियां ऑक्सीजन का काम करती हैं और आपने हमारा ऑक्सीजन बढ़ा दिया है। तो लीजिए, अब आप सभी के समक्ष हम प्रस्तुत करने जा रहे हैं बुंदेलखंड का प्रधाई नृत्य। और स्पेशली थैंक्स हमारे गुरुदेव अलकेश चतुर्वेदी सर का, जिनका आशीर्वाद सदैव हम लोगों के साथ रहता है, संपूर्ण सांची विश्वविद्यालय का, कि उन्होंने हमें यह अवसर प्रदान किया। एक बार इस आयोजन के लिए आप सब जोरदार तालियां बजाएं।
हेलो 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 चेक हेलो 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 चेक 1 हे हेलो 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 हेलो
हास्य और व्यंग्य से भरपूर बधाई नृत्य आप सभी के समक्ष प्रस्तुत है।
हेलो।
देख देख दुनिया के दूल्हा बहु मन मोरा ललचाए, कौन घड़ी बाएगी जब ब्याह मोरो हो जाए, कब बजे है रम तूला मतारी मोरी देखने है दूल्हा, कब बजे है रम तूला मतारी मोरी देखने है दूल्हा, बजन लगो रम तूला मतारी मोरी देखने है दूल्हा, गजन लगो रम तूला मतारी मोरी देखने है दूल्हा, रेहाली कभे मिले जोरे तुम जइयो नदिया में जमी है काई
तुम जई नदिया में जमी है काई पटने तुम जइयो खाने रहियो ब्रज मोहन खाने रहियो
ब्रज मोहन भर भर गाऊं गागरिया ओ बंसी वाले सावरिया ओ बंसी वाले सावरिया मोरे काका जू ए बाजू रे हो के ओ बाजू हमारे काका जू मोरे काका जू हे बाजू रे हो के ओ बाजू पिया बोलो ना कहाँ बिछा दूं कटोलो ना पिया बोलो ना कहाँ बिछा दूं कटोलो ना
मोरी बहू है रानी है ए भैया मिले बता दहियो
मोरी बहू है रानी है
ए भैया मिले बता दहियो सोने के बोझे पर पहने सोने के बोझे पर पहने एक आंख से कानी है ए भैया मिले
बता दइयो ए भैया मिले बता दइयो जो दैया है रात चल बगे चलिए 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 ओ दई कर भी बात चल बगे चलिए ओ दई कर भी बात चल बगे चलिए ओ दई कर भी बात चले ओ चलो चले नर्मदा पार जहाँ पे मेला लगोरी चलो चले नर्मदा पार जहाँ पे मेला लगो होय होय होय
मोरे काका जू ए बाजू रहो के बाजू
मंदिर में से सुंदर निकली ओढ़े पीतांबर साड़ी रे हारे हूँ रे हारे हूँ रे मारे शर्म के नैना झुक कर हमको हो गए पानी रे हारे हूँ 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 रे
नाचे जो बब्बर शेर रे नाचे जो बब्बर शेर रे मैया की मरिया में बज रही बधैया नाचे जो बब्बर शेर रे
नाचे जो बब्बर शेर रे नाचे जो बब्बर शेर रे मैया की मड़िया में बदरई बधैया नाचे जो बब्बर शेर रे आ होय 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 आ
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का
energetic performance. Now, I feel very honored to have our special guest over here, Dr. Arun Gupta sir. Sir, please come on stage. To honor him, I would like to call Arisha sir, Dr. Alkesh Chaturvedi sir. Sir, please. Now, I would like to call Dr. Naveen Mehta, sir, on a stage. सज्जन कुमार किंगपुर तुम बोलो।
इसी के साथ हम दूसरी टीम सज्जन कुमार जी को भी बुलाएंगे स्टेज पर उनके स्वागत के लिए। सर, आप स्टेज पर ही रहेंगे।
Now I will like to call Dr. Harish sir. हिंदी काइंडली तालियों से अभी अपना Give them a round of applause for their performance. Thank you, Arun Gupta sir, Dr. Alkesh Chaturvedi sir, Naveen Mehta sir, and Harish Chandranshi sir. Thanks a lot. Now, without further delay, I would like to call Kavita Joshi for vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. A very good evening to all the dignitaries, scholars, and academicians. I'm Kavita Joshi, and it gives me immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks on the behalf of Sanchi University of Buddhist-Indic Studies. We want to express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Sajan Kumarji, dance director, and his team for such a beautiful and energetic performance. I would like to thank Mr. Krishnakantji, dance director, and his team, Kadam, who has selected 3 times in the international dance competition. These dance performances are so captivating, graceful, mesmerizing, synchronized, expressive, creative, alluring, and flawless. Thank you so much. Now you all are invited for the dinner in the lawn. Thank you.